Hey, Amanda. Hey, Maddie. How you doing? Hey, Julia.
Amanda.
Yeah, Amanda came in. I see her there just now.
I see that.
I see that, yeah. Amanda's got a show tonight, folks, on ERRT Radio, ERT Radio. Hey, Shep. How you doing?
Hi, Amanda. I'm bad. I forgot. I'm a bad astronomer.
That's baloney.
I'm a bad astronomer anyway.
No, you're not.
Oh, if you only knew.
Hey, Keith. What's up, brother?
Still trying to get your stream to come up.
Yeah, what's going on? These folks obviously have the stream up, I think. You know, I don't know why your stream's not coming up, Daryl. But
Yeah, me neither.
you have the live view anyway.
There it is.
All right.
Old and slow like me.
Haha. I'm taking a photograph of Messier 11 right now, which is a very, very dense open cluster. It's not a globular cluster. It's an open cluster in the southern sky.
Wild duck cluster.
Yeah, that's right. M11, it's called Messier 11. And this is... I'm also trying a new set of views tonight. We're going to get rid of all the stuff around the edges and make everything full screen, which I think will be better. And then a little process view like this. Looks pretty cool, you know. So that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, Messier 11 looks really pretty tonight. Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to our view here, and I'm gonna do, say, 15 seconds. Let's go even deeper. So we'll go up 2 stops. ISO 10,000 sensitivity with 15-second exposure right here on STLS, otherwise known as SkyTour LiveStream, with Daryl and Mark right now. Oh, you're welcome,
Amanda
Shep.
says I sound a bit low again.
Well, I'm not sure what that is. It's got to be your mic, because you are up as loud as you can be at my end. I mean, I could turn you way up.
I know it hadn't been doing that lately. It used to. I'm slightly louder than my normal settings right now.
Okay. Yeah. Shep thanks me for putting the pictures up on the website, but it wasn't me at this time. Actually, I think it was Keith that actually put some of those pictures up for you. And I will make sure that we put up more, because it's really beautiful. Look at the wild duck cluster. It just sits out there. It looks just like a globular cluster, but it's not.
I don't see a cluster of wild ducks. I know that. A herd or a flock or whatever they would be.
Yeah, right? That's exactly right. And the telescope right now is aiming straight out of the slot toward the southern horizon. And if you want to see it, this is what we're looking at. Okay, we are right here. You can see the telescope indicator right there. And that's where the wild duck cluster is in relation to the horizon. There's the south and southwest horizon. We got the Milky Way going down like that. And the wild duck is right about there. It's a little bit higher up. And how high, you might say? Well, it's about what is that? Let me read the value there. We're 40 degrees up. Is that what that says?
I don't know what the increments are. 10 degrees?
It looks like 40 degrees it's sitting at right now. Yes, 40 degrees up from the ground.
Huh.
Directly overhead is 90. We're looking at what's called the alt-azimuth coordinates.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, sirree. And let's see. Let's go off to a different place. So, yeah. So that's where we are. And I'm going to take us to a different location right now. Now, we are in the wide angle right now. So I'm going to try something interesting. I'm going to try going to the small Sagittarius star cloud, it's called. We're going to bring the telescope there now. And as we do that, we're going to see some stars obviously appearing. Okay. And you may wonder, well, what stars are they? Where are they? It's in that location I just showed you, which is right here. Okay. So we are now just a little bit south of the wild duck cluster that we talked about a little while ago. I just showed you. Wild duck cluster's right here. And we just came down to here, heading toward the south where there's so many more objects to look at. Okay, so that's where we are now. So let's go check it out, shall we? So this is the location, and I am going to I actually just have to bring up our other little assist program here. I use astrophotography tool, which does amazingly well for us. And once that comes up, I will take this and move it out of the way and bring us over here. All right.
Mark, they're asking in chat if you updated your title.
Oh, look at a satellite.
Fortunate.
Look at a satellite right there.
Oh, cool.
Yes, the title's been updated. Oh, look, another one. Right there. 2 satellites in a row. Did you see that?
Is it on a loop? Or did I miss it? I saw the first one.
Mm-hmm. The second one was right behind it. And people say, oh, no, they have to be UFOs because there's 2 satellites. Actually, you can see 3 in a row and at times. And what happens is that's actually intentional. They put up 2 and 3 at a time, and they are in close orbits of the same type of satellite. And they image the ground at the same location in order to do special measurements of things on the ground. They're not
special measurements.
Yeah, they actually can do some really interesting, remote sensing when you have 2 satellites looking at the same place.
Of course they can.
Yep. Okay, so, no, I'm sorry. What did you say to me? They were asking in the chat if I updated my title.
Wondered whether you had updated your title for tonight's stream.
I did actually.
I read that correctly.
Yeah, because the title says live Whitefield Galaxies, Nebulae, and Clusters in seconds, all live.
There you go.
That's tonight. Yep.
Maybe I missed the point.
No, it's okay. It's still there. All right, so what I'm going to do now is just take a 15-second at 10,000 of the Sagittarius star cloud, that is the small star cloud right here, and see what we get. Yes, Julian, 3 in a triangle formation is quite possible. In fact, when you see 3 in a row, that's a specific set of satellites. Oh, come on, really? The dome's in the way? I guess the dome's in the way. I'll have to go move it.
Already?
Well,
oh my God.
I must have. I'm probably just a little bit in the way here. Yeah. So what that means is that you can see 3 satellites in a row every day of the week, and it's because those are satellites. I think they're a telemetry satellite that's like a Navy satellite. I think that they travel in 3s because of the nature of the way they're imaging their targets. I can get more detail on that in a little while. Yeah.
I once saw 3 satellites in polar orbits simultaneously. 2 were quite close together, moving parallel north to south, and the third one was moving south to north and went right up between the 2 going south. They passed, or they looked like they were very close in the sky together. I doubt that, but it was interesting to see.
Okay. Well, I want to thank Keith for putting that link in because I didn't have the website link in there yet. Keith, thank you. Excuse me. All right, Daryl, I'm going to go move the dome real fast, okay?
Okay.
I didn't realize it was already out of the way. I'll be right back, guys.
Very good. I'll try to keep them entertained.
Oh, Daryl, you don't even have to try. You're good. I'll be right back.
Oh. I watched John Wick 3 last night. John Wick 3, Parabellum. Parabellum means prepare for war. I thought a good title for the movie would have been John Wick 3, Beyond Silly. The first one was a great movie. The second one got silly, and the third one is really silly. It is entertaining, though. If you enjoy such things, I bet you'd like John Wick 3. It's a very over-the-top movie, but it's entertaining and funny at times. Let's see. Not only is Bronn from Game of Thrones in the movie, but one of the bad guys, kind of tall, skinny, good-looking Asian guy, I couldn't recognize him. I knew I had seen him before, and it finally hit me. It's the guy who played the chairman on Iron Chef America. He plays one of the bad guys in the movie, and he's really good. And he's expert at martial arts, too, evidently. Silly movie, but it's fun. That's my review of the week. Welcome back.
I'm back and my front. Oh, what's that mean? Hello, everybody. I am back. Hey, Carolina Sky, Dapple Ben, Neutrino, of course, Amanda, Astro Live channel. So good to see you guys. Did you see the Facebook alert? I don't know if you saw the Facebook alert, but I did do a Facebook alert. So let me, 1 second. What's that? Okay, see you later.
Astro Live, exactly, yes. Mark Dacascos. He's really good in the movie. I was amazed. It was just bugging the heck out of me because I couldn't put a name on the face for a long time. I finally realized who it was.
Which movie?
John Wick 3.
Oh, right. I saw that.
I watched that last night, and
it was good.
It was amusing. It was entertaining. It's over-the-top movie, and it's very silly.
I liked it. It was fun.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it for what it was. Okay, I'm going to move this up a little bit. You know what I'm doing? I actually been working. I was up at the studio yesterday with Doug Trumbull, and Doug's doing a movie on Nikola Tesla. And I walked into the studio to see the 8-foot Tesla coil he's building.
Wow.
Yeah.
A real Tesla coil.
Yes. And
oh yeah, super.
So my job is going to be to help put that thing together and make it work right. So I'm like, wow. Yeah, okay.
Be sure to take pictures, okay?
Yeah, beforehand.
That'd be great. Yeah. Wow, yeah. Tesla, he did some of his pioneering work here in Colorado Springs. Tesla lived here back, I think, late 1800s, like 1890s or something.
Wow.
And he had a laboratory set up just east of downtown near present-day Memorial Park. And he was doing all sorts of Tesla kind of things here.
Yeah.
Tesla coils and such.
Yeah, and Doug wrote a wonderful little screenplay that I have right in front of me. He gave me a copy of it to look at because I have to see it to see where the visual effects go and stuff, and see if I can be of any assistance on that end. And it's going to be really, really cool little movie. It involves time travel and everything. It's actually pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah, it's neat. It's fanciful, but the story is wonderful. And what I'm looking for actually is I'm actually looking for people that have these large-scale Tesla coils in their backyards that they make for fun. And if we can find the right person, we'll bring them here to the studio and we'll let them run their Tesla coil for the film.
Cool.
Yeah, because we need to have some really cool Tesla coil effects. And we can fake it, but we don't want to. We want to do it real, So if anyone out there knows anyone that has a large Tesla coil or plays with these large Tesla coils, let me know. You can reach me at SkyTour Radio at kgraradio.com. Or let Amanda know, let Daryl know. Get to me. But if you've got one, we will pay you to bring it out here and use it at the studio on film. And then you'll get credit in the film, too. And you'll, of course, get to work with an Academy Award winner, Douglas Trumbull. So That's pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah, yeah. And there's other interesting news too about the 3D process that was pioneered there that we were all part of. It looks like a very high-profile producer and director who's been up there many times is using it in his next movie. It's about to come out, and you can't say who it is yet, but it's going to be really cool. And it's going to basically put Trumbull Studios and Doug Trumbull back on the map. I mean, he's done all those, he did 2001 A Space Odyssey with Stanley Kubrick. He made 2001 the special effects and visual effects wonder that it was. He did Silent Running with Bruce Dern, with Huey, Dewey, and Louie the Robots. He actually bankrolled that movie himself. And it was a great movie. All the models, all the robots he designed. Yeah. Wow. The robots were designed around paraplegics and amputees, double amputees. And he designed each robot for specific double amputees, which is why they all look different. One of them has a large bottom section. That's because one particular guy had a torso, whereas some of the others did not. So they were all walking on their arms, because that's how they got around daily life. But he made them all so that they could rest and he thought of them first, and they wanted to do it, so he thought it would really be a cool experience for him to do that. It was great. This is the Sagittarius star cloud. You can see some of the Milky Way here. It looks really nice. And you can also see a variety of colors in the stars, too. Isn't that beautiful?
It is.
Yeah, and let's just go to our full screen mode here so you can see that, which I promised you and then promptly didn't do. And a little instant processing is needed here. It actually works better like this. You can see, faint clusters and everything all around here. Really pretty. And then we can take ourselves a little bit north and check out the Omega. And this we did once before, last time we were doing this, but I would like to take us there once again, because I just think the Omega is a very beautiful location. Yes, sirree. The Omega looks like it's right here. Yeah, I can see it right here, I believe. In fact, I'm so sure of it that I'm going to move us a little bit eastward, like this, and center it up. That's how sure I am. Okay, 15 seconds at 10,000. Let's go see the Omega Nebula. And then after Silent Running, he did a variety of others. Okay, he did a Brainstorm, which was a foray into seeing what people see when they die, a way to relive memories in someone's mind after they're gone. Really cool. There it is. Gosh, that's beautiful,
Nice. It is.
And of course, we're on the wide angle now. Let's see if we process this, what we get. Yeah, we get a little, just a little bit of extra stuff there. Maybe I can, let's do some color correction on this one as well, just to get a little bit more out of it. Let's try and flick this around. I had one person write me the other day and said, can't you get rid of that blue cast? It looks terrible, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, yeah, you know what? We're doing it live, and the Nebula filter is bringing these colors to this level, so we have to process that away later. We can't do it live. And I don't use the tools that others use for doing the streams. And so I can't turn around and make it work that way. I mean, I can, but I have certain limitations based on the opportunities I have to use the camera that I have. So I'm okay with it like it is, And then Hey, Stacy Johnson. Hello. Harmony, how you doing? Good to see you. Justin T. What's happening? And some guy named Daryl keeps, getting into the chat and talking to people. Who's he?
I don't know. Darn it. Can't wait till I get my hands on him, though.
Hey, D. Smith.
I'll explain things to him, as Khan used to say.
That's right. So I've got some, like a little faint satellite that went through here. See that? You see a little faint satellite right there?
Looking.
I'm showing you.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I had a very red star in that field, too.
That's right. And, those red stars are the ones that are most popular in our galaxy and in any galaxy, as it turns out. Those stars are the ones that are, I call them the little percolators. They spend not just billions of years, but they could actually live for trillions of years and just percolate away in the universe. And it's just tremendously beautiful to look at them, but they also have an amazing capability to harbor more planets than any other type of star. So, it's actually pretty cool. Yes, Astrolive, it was with Christopher Walken, that's right. And Natalie Wood died on that film while working with Doug, and
I remember that.
Doug got death threats and all this stuff because people accused him of having something to do with it, and she was just the actress in his film. And Doug has his own theory as to what happened, and it's not a pleasant one, but as a result, he left Hollywood.
Wow.
And never went back.
Wow.
And then he moved into Western Massachusetts to raise donkeys with his wife. And 30 years later, he decided that he wanted to get back into the movie business, and I happened to find him at that point after I did an NPR show on NPR for, an NPR show that was actually for X-Files of Connecticut. And after doing that show, the host said, "Oh, I got to get you on with Doug Trumbull next time." And I went, "What? Doug Trumbull?" And of course I was nervous. And sure enough, I went back and I wrote Doug a message. We're going to go with the Eagle now. I went to write him a message, and I edited it 1,000 times because I wasn't even sure if I, was saying the right thing. I felt like I might say something stupid, and next thing you know, I'm getting a response back from Doug Trumbull. My work was excellent. He went to my website. I didn't want him to. I actually put that in my signature automatically. I didn't do it manually, and he went to it. And he said we could use you right away. And thus began a wonderful friendship. And
cool.
Doug and I have been friends for, 7 years, going on 7 years now. And he likes plugging me into things that I like when he does. It's really cool. And he's a wonderful person. He's like everybody's grandpa, he will just as soon give you a hug as he will tell you that you're out of line or you're screwing up or something. He doesn't mince words, but he's he's never ever been in any way mean. He's just been the nicest human being on planet Earth. And I respect that. It's really hard when you got a lot of pressure on you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say, for Mr. Trumbull that he still does practical effects instead of CGI stuff?
That is correct. Practical effects are the ones that you put them in front of the camera and they are what they are. You don't add to them. However, when we did the iPad Pro, when the new iPad Pro came out, we did the commercial for it. And it was a Super Bowl commercial. And when we did that commercial, we combined practical effects, lots and lots of them, I can tell you, with some CG. But we still made the planet Jupiter in a swirling round tank, and we got all the look and feel of the cloud bands and everything. Jupiter's red spot, everything was just dead on. We had Jupiter's red spot swirling like the real thing in a large spherical tank that had special currents put in it using fluorescein dye and so forth, and then filmed it a certain way. We got Saturn's rings, like coming up through the rings. We filmed that as a practical effect. And we did that by having a spherical tank filled with a liquid on the bottom, clear liquid, and then a lighter clear liquid that would float on top. And in the interface between this dense liquid, the light liquid and the denser liquid below, any particles that we would put in, they would float on the water that was below, but not on the stuff that was above. And so they were tuned to this just to float on water. So they would sink down to the water layer and just stay there. And then once we swirled everything up, well, they were trapped now in between two clear liquids, but you certainly couldn't see it. And guess what? And guess what you get when you spin it? A ring. That's how we made Saturn's ring. Yeah, Saturn's rings, I should say. And this is the Eagle Nebula right here. And I see that we need to do a little bit of processing on this, I think. Okay. Yeah, let's see what we get. That's beautiful. It's just a beautiful nebula, just sitting out there.
Yeah. M16 and Serpens, if I remember right.
correct.
Eagle Nebula.
Yeah.
And Serpens cauda, the snake's tail, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Isn't Serpens caput?
Serpens caput is the head. Caput means head.
Yeah, and isn't that where the eagle is?
I would have to go look it up. I always thought the head pointed west.
Okay.
Could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah. Astrolive, you're right. Practical effects are better. And in one of the Star Trek movies, of which, of course, Doug did as well, one of the practical effects that they chose to create was the one where the Enterprise saucer section crash lands on a planet. That one was actually not CG. There were some CG elements, but they actually did that as a practical in-camera effect. Now, for me, and for Doug, because he didn't do that effect, okay, we both, I think, looked at that and felt that they really copped out and they could have done better. They didn't use the right materials. The thing was crashing into dirt, so they made dirt. They shouldn't have used dirt. They should have used talcum powder and other materials that were finer, much, much finer. Diatomaceous earth that's been tinted, and re-dried. I mean, so many things to make true dust at that scale, And the result was when the crash occurred, the saucer section looked like it was throwing these huge wads of junk, which would never occur, And then the trees, when it crashed, the problem with the trees is that the trees were they were coming up whole, but the trees under that force of impact would be obliterated and splintered. So they really needed to have made the trees out of a much different material rather than put like small grasses and things into the set to make them look like trees. They should have been very, very fragile, and they should have come apart like into just like at Mount St. Helens. All the trees were down and not flying through the air. They were just downed, right?
Yep.
And there weren't any branches on them. They were stripped bare.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, well, I know exactly what you're talking about. The movie was Star Trek Generations, the one where the first one of the Next Generation crew.
Yeah.
Though William Shatner did come back. And yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh my.
What I hate about that, this goes all the way back to Star Trek 3, I guess, when they started treating the Enterprises as disposable. When they blew up the original Enterprise in Star Trek 3, and succeeding movies since, like, the Enterprise D and Generations and all. Well,
Yeah.
The Enterprise has just become a prop, you know. I mean, that's the ship, by golly, and
Mhm.
you know, tradition and history and all that stuff, and they just throw them away anymore.
You are right. That is not. That is not. You have not misspoken. You have spoken wisely. So it's true, and I think that part of the problem is that it's just a lack of understanding the Roddenberry vision. You know, Gene Roddenberry, phenomenal man, lack of understanding his vision. It wasn't supposed to be, hey there, Marco. It wasn't supposed to be that the Enterprise spacecraft were disposable. And it's like, at every turn, I mean, what would you have done if Kirk said, you know, Scotty, let's blow up the ship. Captain, we don't have to blow up the ship. We just scraped the parking. We just scraped the paint a little bit. You know, I mean, you wouldn't have to blow up the ship every time. You know.
Yeah. Well, going back to the original series. I mean, they'd use a self-destruct device
That's right.
as a a plot element or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. Remember that?
They did it several times, but
Yeah.
they never actually blew the darn thing up
That's
until
right.
the movie started.
Right. Destruct. 0, 0, 0. Destruct.
Yeah.
Captain, you don't really mean that, do you? You know? Why, yes, he did mean it.
Well, it's all. Oh, I could talk Star Trek for hours, but that's not why we're here.
Why not?
Oh, well, because you got pictures to take and show.
Oh, I know. I'm heading for the Trifid Nebula now, and when it comes in, we'll be seeing the Trifid. You know, it's going to be beautiful. And even if there is a satellite that goes with the picture,
Wow.
yeah. I can also see that our focus is a little off, guys. I may have to make a foray to the dome and try to modify the focus, because it only has to be tweaked a little bit. But that's okay. We'll keep with it for now. Look at that.
Do you have a monitor or anything in the observatory now that you can check your focus on the fly when you go out there? I mean, the 10-inch has an autofocuser on it, right? But the refractor does not, the wide field?
Correct. I have to do that manually right now. And because I'm not planning on transporting the refractor to Arizona right away. Although I'm sure I'll instantly regret it, because it's going to be beautiful skies.
Yes.
But I will say that that the 10-inch system is something I can focus right from here and just do it anywhere. And I'd have to adapt the focuser to the refractor, which is not a problem. I'd be happy to do it, because the refractor will have its own camera on it, as will the 10-inch. So they'll both have their own independent cameras. But, you know, and speaking of the Arizona trip, I confirmed tonight that I am going, courtesy of the folks that are doing the this training out there that I'm going to be part of. And I will be meeting for several days with folks out in the desert and looking at the future observatory site. And and Doug, actually, when I was talking to Doug yesterday, I don't know if you know this, but Doug is actually on the board of Stewart Observatory in Tucson.
Did not know that.
Oh, yeah. And he knows all the people at Mount Lemmon and everything, and he's going to give me some names of people that he knows, because I suggested that I would actually like to get my telescope in a location that's higher altitude, and, of course, very far away from city lights. And he said, well, let me get you the names of the folks at Mount Lemmon, and, you know, let's see about whether they can respond to your desire to do this wonderful astronomy outreach. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
Well, good luck out there.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Astro Live, I am using a it's a F5 rich field, actually, a refractor. And you can see by the field. I mean, I've got, several degrees of field. What problem is it? You talking about the focus? I'm asking. Astrolife has a similar telescope, so I'm asking what his issue is with the particular telescope. But let me see if I can actually add a little. That's beautiful. You can see the red hydrogen ionized region there, and you see the blue scattered light nebula. It's known as reflection nebula, which is actually a misnomer. It's not. Hey, Jeff Lucas. You dragged your knees on Mount Lemon? Oh. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think that, hey Genghis, I think that there's an awful lot that we could do out there. There's a number of places. I would really, really, really like to get up high altitude, and I think that going to a place like Mount Lemon is great. But I can tell you this, the Sonoran Desert, 50 miles west of Phoenix, like that in the desert, you just have a small light dome for Phoenix, in your northern sky. North and eastern sky, and it's small. So the thing is, those are the things that are coming up, and when they reach you, you actually you are looking toward absolute darkness. You're looking toward the darkest skies there are. So you don't have a problem with the light. I just think it's beautiful.
I remember when I was
crunchy. What's that? What are you eating? What are you eating? You're not telling. You got enough to. You got enough to.
Not me.
Come on, you're crunching away. I heard that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
When I went down and observed the New Mexico desert, I've talked about going there before. Before the annular eclipse back in '94, I guess. The sky was nice and dark at my location, but boy, if you look to the southeast, the light dome over El Paso and Juarez, Mexico was just absolutely awful.
Oh, I bet.
And that was 25 years ago. I couldn't imagine what it's like down there nowadays.
Well, you gotta wonder, okay? And I'll tell you, if you consider that, if you look at the light domes, like for instance, here's something crazy. Here, where I am in northwestern Connecticut. Wow, I can't believe I had to think about that. You have to understand that around here, I'm taking 15 seconds here. We should see the lagoon here and the trifid here at the same time. You have to understand that when we started here, the sky was worse, and the sky has gotten better. And that's because Connecticut went to a dark sky state status, mostly because of the observatories in the state that actually complained. All right, and so you can see that we're getting actually darker skies than we used to have. This is pretty cool, So I think that's a nice thing. I'm gonna just bring this up a little bit. This is a really nice shot. Let me bring up our telescope control. Bring it up a little bit higher. There we go. And now we'll do that. So you'll see the new one come in over here.
I could jump in the car and drive east 150 miles straight line to the Kansas border over 20 years ago, and get out, turn around at night, and face west, and the light domes over Denver Metro and Colorado Springs were awful even back then.
Yeah.
I should go back out there and maybe update, take a new picture or something. It's just gotten terrible here.
Yeah.
Colorado had the chance a long time ago to join with the likes of New Mexico, and Arizona, and Connecticut, and others nowadays, in declaring the dark sky a natural resource, and they chose not to go that way.
Yeah.
And what we see nowadays is just totally rampant, untrammeled development everywhere, and the lights are terrible.
Yeah, that's true. Yep, very true. So yeah, here we go. We got the Trifid Nebula here with its blue reflection nebula and the red H2 region here. And then, of course, we have the lagoon down here, which is Messier 8. This is Messier 20. And Messier 8, cataloged by Charles Messier, this is a wonderful ionized hydrogen region, a stellar nursery as we call it. You can see the young stars in here. Okay. Now, we would not expect to find any evolved planets inside of a young cluster and nebula like this because it takes billions of years for them to develop. So here in this, down here in this nebula, okay, we're not expecting that we would find planets. In fact, we might not even find habitable planets, but maybe in the future they would be habitable, but right now they're not. And they're not only because of the fact that they are young and hot, and this hydrogen here has been absorbing some tremendously strong ultraviolet radiation from all these young stars. In fact, there's a star right in the middle of this little area right here called the hourglass here inside the Lagoon Nebula, which powers it, and it's an O star, so among the hottest and brightest of the stars you can have. And they only last a few 100 million years, if that. And then they blow up in a supernova that's spectacular. I would really like to see a supernova at some point. Now, our sun could never go that way because it's, of course, not massive enough. You need a mass beginning above 8 times the mass of our star before you'll see a supernova. So it's pretty interesting. Thanks, Jeff. I'm glad you liked the shot. This is, again, we're at the wide angle here. We have just over 3 degrees of field that we got with this. The main instrument, we have half a degree field. So we see just this much, okay, of the lagoon. Well, actually about this much of the lagoon. We see the whole lagoon, just about like that. And then we see this much of the Trifid, with the main instrument. I mean, I could convert over to the main instrument and check things out. We're actually looking at these as they're pretty low in the sky right now. And to give you an idea how low, let's go over to our planetarium. And you can see them here. This is the scope. You can see the scope is actually right there. And now you can see where the horizon is. It's at an angle because the scope is leaned over. So we're actually only 20 degrees above the horizon right now. And to see things as clear as we were seeing them here, okay, tells us that we have a pretty clear night, guys. This is a really clear night. Yes, Daryl, you're right, and I didn't point that out. About Ophiuchus. Or Ophiuchus. Yeah.
Amanda left me a message. I should have seen this earlier. Shep asked a little while ago, who makes the 3D model UFOs? He likes the Belgian one. Thinking of getting it. Is that you or someone you know, or is that Papa Tom? I think maybe makes model UFOs.
We actually have a History Maker series, and the Belgian UFO is one of those. It's like a 3-inch model, if that's what he's thinking of. And I know Papa Tom does UFOs as well. But we do the Area 51 S4 UFO. We do the Rex Heflin top hat model. We also do the Belgian UFO, Belgian Triangle. And the reason that we do them in threes is because we have that's called the History Maker series. And those 3, you don't have to buy all 3. We sell them individually on our store. which you can get to by going to fxmodels.com. I don't put up a lot of the commercial stuff you see on a lot of sites. You know, Keith is really good about it, and he doesn't take up valuable real estate because he's looking at the moon, which is in the middle of his shot. You know, and he doesn't cover the moon with all kinds of stuff. And if I cover it, put it up here, it's going to cover the stuff we're actually looking at. So I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place there. It works for him very well, but I can't really use that. I could put stuff up and then take it down, but you know, is what it is. All right, Astro Live, awesome. I'm glad you're going out to recapture M33. I should show M33 from the other night that we took. It was really pretty. And we'll do that. I'm sure we'll get to do that. So yeah, I'm really feeling that we're looking at a pretty good night, you know, to capture these things like this. You know, if they're like this, you can't even, you don't even get any, I don't see any issues. Hey, go away. What are you doing there? I don't know why that's there. Hold on. That should not have been there. Okay. So the lagoon at the bottom and the tripod at the top. We're in a very rich area that has a tremendous amount of gas, hydrogen gas. And this gas is obviously the giver of life. I mean, it's made from the most plentiful gas in the entire universe. And that is the hydrogen gas. Hydrogen was the most plentiful element created in the Big Bang, you know. So we were actually quite fortunate that the Big Bang occurred the way it did and made as much hydrogen as it did. Don't you think?
We might not be here if it wasn't for that.
Mm-hmm, that's for sure. That's for sure. I'd like to show you my. I'd like to show you the. Let me get rid of this here for a second. I'm gonna show you the version of. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. This is M33 that we captured the other night. Okay, you guys are here for this. This is the tight version. You can see the naughty collection. This is. Daryl, this is the remastered one. I don't know if you saw this one. All right.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Astro Live, this is M33, of course. You can see this beautiful H2 region, which is like its Lagoon Nebula. And there's another one over here, but this is actually an OB association. In other words, O and B stars. Very, very hot. Okay, there's a little bit of a nebula there. There's one here. You can see the red areas in this nebula and in this galaxy. And there's others over here and here. I mean, all over the place. They just fan out everywhere. You know? Yeah, in Cassiopeia, we did the... on Cephas, we did Heart and Soul. We did the Wizard Nebula the other night. And you should check it out. Yes, Daniel, the stupid Windows key gets in the way every time. You know? But yeah, you can see this beautiful, you can see it here in this nebula. You can see this detail. It's actually pretty good. You know, this shows really well. And some of these fainter objects that you see here, okay, these guys, you know what those are? Daryl, you know.
Clusters?
Yes, those are globular clusters that are in this galaxy as well. Because they're in the halo of all these different galaxies. But if you can check out and see the amount of detail, it's not. You can actually see individual objects inside the galaxy. This is really, really good seeing for us. Not bad at all. Yeah.
Harmony asks how far away is Messier 33?
Well, Messier 33 is 2.7 million light years away, and as opposed to the Andromeda Galaxy, which is only approximately 2 million light years away. And so when we look at this, we're looking at what's called an SC. You see these arms? They're not really wound up too tight, are they? They don't look like they're very wound up well. They're sort of loosely wound. We call that an SC, S for capital S for spiral, and the little c for, third third grade of spiral. Okay, we have an SA, an SB, and SC. And there's an S0, which is a special case. But if you notice, this galaxy has a huge number of things that you can see in it, and I'm really amazed that we were able to catch them. And I've got to say that I did not expect this to come out as well as it did. It's the best shot of M33 we've ever done here at the observatory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've come so far.
Well, you know what? Thanks to folks like you and others that suggest things. I mean, it gets me thinking. And when I see how excited people get over some of the images, I can't help but just put more time and effort into things to make them come out. I just really like how people react to them, and I like being able to show people things that just blow their minds. If it blows my mind, I want to blow your mind too. And it's just really cool.
What it is.
Yeah. So, I'm pretty pleased that it came out as well as it did. But that's M33 in Triangulum, the Triangulum Galaxy. And you might say, well, what about the Andromeda Galaxy? Well, I'm kind of glad you asked. Well, you didn't, but we actually did an Andromeda Galaxy. This is the Andromeda Galaxy from the other night as well. Okay, so we can see, I overexposed the core on purpose. There's a special technique I could use to show a not overexposed core. And then we have M32 and
Yes.
M110.
Yes.
Which were these companion galaxies, which I find interesting because we have companion galaxies, don't we? Well, we may not. Okay, the Magellanic Clouds were thought to be dwarf galaxy companions to our own. Well, it turns out that the Magellanic Clouds could actually be the aftermath of a collision between our galaxy and another galaxy in the universe.
I doubt it not a bit.
Yeah. Well, hello, Marianne. I see Marianne is here. Yeah. So this is a beautiful photo, and I really thought that and it was only, like I said, these are only 20-second photos. I just take a bunch of 20 seconds and stack them together, and that's what we get. Look at the knotty spiral arms. You can see them all the way around the sides. You see them here, all the way around, curving around. This is what we're after, This is what we're after.
Mark, perhaps you just answered the guy. John G. asked, what is the shutter speed to get those images?
Okay.
I know they're time exposures, and you just talked about them.
Yeah, this was John G. Thank you, by the way. I'm going to say hi to you, too, for coming out. Thanks. And W, thanks for coming out. John G., the exposure time is 20 seconds here. And we're looking at an ISO sensitivity of 10,000, I believe, for this. And I don't think I can get EXIF data for this. It's a PNG ping file. I can get EXIF data for the JPEG low-res companions that were taken with it. But I can do that and let you know. But I believe it was 10,000 for 20 seconds. I've been using that a lot lately because 10,000 gives me enough of this particular camera and telescope combination. And it gives some really pretty views. And I think it was Justin earlier that said he liked the Wizard Nebula, right? He liked the name. He liked the naming of the Wizard Nebula anyway.
Might have been Marco.
Or maybe Marco, okay. Well, here's the Wizard. I mean, and we did this just the other night. I mean, you were here, Darryl.
Yeah.
And this was the wide field version of the Wizard. Just a beautiful diffuse nebula, as we call it. Star-forming region. Just really, really pretty.
Up in Cepheus, if I remember correctly.
You do remember correctly. Yeah. Yep. And so this is an area that's really, obviously the stars are quite dense here, and we're actually looking away from the center of the Milky Way, but we're not looking away from the disk of the Milky Way. We're actually looking into the disk, but we're in it, and when we look away from the central direction, looking toward the center, we're still looking through the disk at other things, and that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, I think I mentioned to you recently, I look at the APODs, the Astrophotos of the Day by NASA, on a daily basis, and it has gotten to where I can pretty much tell when the camera is pointing at certain parts of the sky, and Cepheus is one of them. Exactly as you say, we're looking away from the center of the galaxy, but we're still looking through the plane. And Cepheus has tons of dust and nebulosity, but it is rather faint. But because we're still looking through the plane, there is a lot of it out there, and it really shows up in time exposures, deep images of the nebulae and stuff.
Yep. I was just answering John G's question about, are these TIFF files, are these RAW files? And they start off as RAW files, because I never use JPEGs, obviously. And they go to TIFFs. They're always uncompressed. So you can imagine that I run out of disk space quite quickly on my machines. I've already filled up a solid-state drive, and it's like huge solid-state drive, and 4 solid-state drives, and it just keeps going,
Do you back up the backups to your backups?
I do, actually.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, DW, I don't need an observatory. I've got one. Okay, this is in a dome. But what I need to move it anyway, but I'm not going to keep the dome. As I said, I'm going to buy one of those small pre-built sheds. And in November, I'm going to be going out, like I said. I think if I got my dates right, and Marianne, you can fill this in, because Marianne's my wonderful point of contact and dear friend out there who's helping take care of arranging a lot of this stuff. And I think it's the 8th, is it, to the 14th, or 8th to the 18th, I think, or something like that I'm going out there. I'm going to teach in this boot camp, and then I'm going to go out into the desert and spend time with the retired Lawrence Livermore scientist, who is actually allowing me to use some of his land for the new observatory. And he's a wonderful human being. Lives off the grid, but has full, amazing internet. That's pretty cool. So we'll be doing some tests. DW, good luck. I think that's great. I hope you win. And I just say that for you. Well, yeah, I'm going to, Marianne is a police officer, yeah. 7th through the 18th. Okay, thank you, Marianne. Yeah, she's a police officer in a big city, in a big city in Arizona. And I guess I'm supposed to, are you going to make me ride with you again? Do I have to go riding on one of your days? I mean, I like it. It's fun to chase bad guys and stuff, and I love tackling them and love tasing them. I hope I can do more of that. It's a lot of fun. Right, 8th through the 10th. I realize that. Okay. But boy, it'd be a lot of fun if I can run after bad guys again and tase them. It's more fun, like I said, tackling them, putting them in headlocks, and doing all those nice things, I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, I don't put anybody in a headlock. So, in any case, so there we go. That's the Wizard Nebula. Let's see now if I show you one of the other ones we took the other night. We did take one of M33 that was far away. It was, the one this one here. And that was this one. All right. You can see. Yeah. It looks really pretty. And you can still see, even at this wide angle view, you can still see the H2 regions in here, What you can't see, though, is you cannot see the globular clusters like we could in the tight view. That's reserved for the other view, the tight view with the larger telescope. And we'll be getting back to the live view here in a moment, guys. And the other one we did was the Heart Nebula, which was this one. This is the Heart. And you can see this one is just an expansive, knotty area. Look at this young cluster here with this beautiful gas here. Okay.
That's a nice picture.
Right? That's the Heart, huh? And what I'd like to do is go to the main instrument and just capture this area right here with the stars and this beautiful, beautiful red here. And this is stunning. This was really nice. You can see it's extensive. It literally covers a lot of the ground here in this image. Isn't that pretty?
It is.
And this actually gives you an idea. This gives you an idea of what it's like in the galactic disk. There's an immense amount of hydrogen gas in that disk. There's an immense amount of dark dust, which is what's blocking the rest of the gas behind it. Okay, the gas, it will sometimes break out into filaments. But if you notice here, in this one, this is actually called the Fish Head Nebula. It's part of the Heart Nebula. And in the fish head, you can actually see these little tendrils of black dust here and here. And those are there. Okay, and they're blocking the view of the nebula behind. And when you look at this area here, well, there's dark nebula here that's blocking what's behind. Now, it doesn't mean it's everywhere. See, when you're looking in the galactic disk, you're more than likely going to see modeling, and that's like a modeling here. Like this dark area here, there's dark nebula here blocking the nebula behind. All right? And this is an area where the nebula, which might otherwise have had dust and dark in it, was illuminated and caused to glow by these young stars. And a nebula like this doesn't necessarily need more than one star to make it glow. It could be caused to glow by a star you can't even see that's buried in the nebula, and you might not even be able to see it. So see, this is how these systems work, how these giant complexes work, And then, of course, once the stars form from the nebulae, like these form from this nebula, okay, then they cause the gas to disperse because of their stellar winds. So here, it's dispersed, and eventually the stars push the gas far enough away so that the stars themselves can't ionize it anymore and cause it to glow like this. So you end up with clusters sitting alone in space after a while. It's just an amazing universe, and that's why this image is so pretty to me. It makes so much sense to talk about that from that perspective. You look at it and say, wow, it's really quite amazing, Now, there is one, I'll show you this one again. I think I showed you this last time, maybe not. This is a section of the North America Nebula. And you can see how it almost looks 3D here. And that's actually because it is. Okay, you're getting this illuminated or gas caused to glow. But then you have this black area here, which is obscuring the glow behind it. All right? And this is a very, very populous area of the North America location. And when I looked at this the other night and took this photo, I was actually astonished that after I started processing it, I couldn't tell where it was in the nebula. There's so much variation. I actually had trouble figuring it out, and I decided, oh well, I'm not going to try and figure it out. Okay, it is what it is. But anyway, that's some of the nebulae for and the processing that I did. And I just thought maybe you would like to see some of those because it's really quite beautiful. And that said, I will get us back to our views now. Now we still have the lagoon and the trifid in here. And so we can go, okay, so that view, if you recall, is this one, right? So let's go and head back to our our view here. You can see they're really far down now. And let's see if we can get a hold of something else. I'm not sure. I may have to move it again, and I will if necessary. That's the Phantom Streak Nebula once again. We couldn't see it one night. We looked at it. I'm going to try again. And here we go. Phantom Streak, sir. Aye, sir, we're going to the Phantom Streak. I'm still seeing stars. That's good. Hey, Mario Lafreniere. How are you? Welcome to SkyTour LiveStream. Thanks for coming in, man. I had put notices out on Facebook for this stream in particular. I don't know why. I just thought it would be nice to finally put a notice out that I'm going to be doing this, rather than just let people get notifications. And so I'm glad that I did. Okay, I'm going to just jog us a bit over and take 15 seconds at 16,000 just to see if we can capture anything here. Yeah, we have 47 of you watching. I'm so glad. Thanks, guys. Keep on coming, babe. Keep on coming. You got it. It's a lot of fun. Ah, look at the dome. Dome's in the way. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I'm going to have to go move the dome, aren't I? And for those of you that know this, pardon me for saying, but I just want to make it clear that I haven't motorized this dome for a very particular reason. And that reason is because the dome's not coming to Arizona. I'm changing to a shed with a roll-off roof. And I'm going to see about making that happen. I can write code to make the roof roll off and stuff using a little Arduino with a Arduino controller that can of course interface with a relay and use a relay shield, it's called, and just cause the roof to roll off with no problem. And you know what the easiest thing to use is for a roll off roof? Here's a little something for you. If you thank you, John G, for letting me know. If you think about this, isn't a roll-off roof kind of like a garage door? All you need is garage door rails that roll off a straight roof and a genie door opener. They know how to stop at the end of their run, and they also know how to stop at the other end. So you don't even have to worry about that. It worries about that for you. And what's the failure rate on a genie door opener? Well, not a whole lot. So I can actually put this out there and it'll work forever and ever. Because it's not like it's going to be opening and closing 100 times a day. It's going to be opening probably less than a normal garage. And when it stays open, it's going to close, when at the end of the night. That's pretty cool. So here's the thing. I'm going to run outside and move the dome, okay?
Okay.
All right, and I'm thinking that maybe with the wide angle, we'll go back to looking at some northern views as well. What do you think of that?
Sure.
All right. I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. Maybe we can talk about more Star Trek while Mark's gone. Problems I got with Star Trek. The J.J. Abrams movies, the reboots. As Marco and I engaged earlier about the Blue Andoran girls or Green Orion slave girls, it's always been the green girls for me. But in the first Star Trek reboot, they showed a scene where they were all back at the academy and Kirk had to hide under the Orion slave girl's bed, the green girl, in their dormitory at Starfleet Academy. And, as I said, Orion slave girls drive human men mad with desire. And I'm not sure that the people of Orion even belong to the Federation, but at any rate, I could not believe that they would let a Green Orion slave girl be a student at Starfleet Academy, because they had the pheromones, the hormones, the pheromones that drive the human men mad with desire, and I would think that would be really bad for discipline at the academy. You know what I mean? It's like wearing too much perfume or something. I hope I'm not in trouble yet. Oh my goodness. I should say something. I don't know what to say though. It looks like it's moving all by itself. If you ever saw the Star Trek Enterprise episode, that was the one with the guy from Quantum Leap. They did a couple of Orion Slave Girl episodes, and those were the best Orion Slave Girls. There was one where they had 3 of them on the Enterprise, the early Enterprise, and they did a really seductive dance, and I thought it was great. That was Orion Slave Girls at their best. You'd be on trouble, Daryl. Probably. Nothing new. If you win that Mega Millions there, do let me know. I'll be your head of security. How does that sound? Yes, Daniel. I think she's the one I'm thinking of. Susan Oliver, one of the Orion slave girls. Hopefully Amanda will come join us when her show is done. She's doing a radio show on the ERRT radio right now. It looks like it's going to be over any second now. I think she said it was a 43-minute stream. Hopefully she'll show up. We'll help keep things going. I hope you like hot food, dude.
All right,
hot
I'm back.
And spicy, that is. Welcome back.
Yeah, so I know it looked like the telescope was undergoing ghost actions there, and it was. This image here, I stopped at the North America Nebula.
You did?
This is the Pelican and the North America Nebula here. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
You should show the people the image of that you took the other night.
Oh, well, I should, huh? Okay, I think I can do that.
Yeah, you really see the Pelican come out in your processed image.
So, what Daryl is suggesting is that I show you an image that we took. Let me see where it is. I like this song. All right, let's go find it. Here we go. Yeah.
So this is another great picture.
Here it is. Let me just bring it up for you all. So this is what we're seeing when we look at, let me just move this over a little bit. When we look actually at this other object, let me just grab it. Let me see if I can grab it here.
I think that's great.
Yeah, this is the same quality image that we saw before. Let me just try and bring up when we looked at this guy right here. Okay. Let me go to this and this. This right here gets us this right here when processed. And yes, that's true. This gets us that when processed. So that's the benefit. That's the benefit of doing this way. It's really pretty. So you can actually see this part here. I was just aligning it so you could see. Okay. And then under processing, what you guys end up with is this beautiful additional detail here that you can see. This is the pelican. This is the back of the head, the eye, the beak here, it's called. It's not really a pelican, of course, but this is what it looks like when you actually process these photos. So it's a really interesting process and that we go through, to get these things to look like we do. So I wanted to stop there tonight just for a bit. And Daryl, thank you for encouraging me to show the other picture, because that makes sense too. It's a good thing to show,
Well, you showed a few of the others, Cepheus and such, and
yeah,
I thought that would make a good addition. And the before and after thing is great.
Yeah, it sure did. Thank you for encouraging
really
it.
Reveals what processing can pull out of the image.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And so for those folks that are interested in whatever else that we might do, I have a feeling we're gonna take a little trip now into Cepheus in Cassiopeia again. We're right up at the zenith, and we're gonna go over the top. Shall we look at the cocoon? I'm not sure if we have ever seen the cocoon.
Sure, why not?
Let's see if we can. I think we can. I think we're okay. We're gonna try for the cocoon. So we're gonna go now to the Cocoon Nebula, which is really right nearby, not too far away. Yeah, and you can see the telescope right here is aiming right out of the dome. All right, and let's see if we can zoom in on that, so you can actually see where the telescope's aiming. So we're actually okay. All right, and so there's technically the Cocoon Nebula here. All right, well, that's good enough for me. So let's make sure that our telescope is set. It is. And for those just joining us or have been joining us who haven't been here before, just so you can see, telescope control is here. This is the dome ops down here on the lower left is me. Over here is the dome view. And on the right, just out of shot here, are all the camera controls, which I used to have in the shot, but I'm having them out of the shot now because it makes more sense. It gives you more real estate so you can see more on the screen. So here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to zip eastward a little bit. Okay, you can see the stars moving. And I'm going to just zap us westward a little bit. And now we'll take a 15-second exposure at 16,000 to see if we can actually see the Cocoon Nebula and locate where it is on the field of view. All right, and then we will take it to the next step. I also want to thank all the people that subscribed tonight. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us. Oh, dead center. Look at that, guys. Wow. There's the cocoon right there. Isn't that pretty? That's really pretty, Daryl.
Give me just a second here.
No problem. Yeah.
And let me catch up now. Yes, I see it.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, at the wide angle, it looks beautiful. Little processing and little lack of processing. I think it's pretty cool. Hey, Tim F., how you doing? Good to see you coming out here. Let me take us now to do a little bit different thing. Let's try 20 seconds at 16,000.
Mark, excuse me just a moment, please.
No problem. Go for it. You guys that were with us last week know that we actually streamed every night last week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all the way to Friday, and then Saturday night as well. I thought it was a beautiful, beautiful week, and we did not miss a week, miss a day. We streamed every day just to show you the night sky every day. It was beautiful. Oh, there's the cocoon. Yeah. And the cocoon is being powered by stars that are just really almost I can't see. Mr. Dingo 57, hey, welcome. I just saw you right now. I didn't actually see you before. Thanks for coming out. I'm going to guess you got the Facebook notification first before you saw a notification in YouTube. This is beautiful. Okay. Now let's go to our wonderful planetarium program. And let's see about going to something else. Now, I showed you the Wizard Nebula the other night. And there's a bunch of really cool things down here. Let's go. Let's go to the Wizard Nebula first. I'll just show you that briefly, and then we'll move on from there. Okay, so here we go. And the telescope is moving. You can see stars. Moving away. Okay, so the Wizard Nebula. Technically, you should be in this field right now. Hey, Daryl, welcome back.
Thank you.
Hey, Cindy Murphy. It's nice to see you. Thanks for coming. You know, Victor, good to see you. I mean, I like saying hello to people when they join. I mean, if they've taken the time to join, I should take the time to say hello, don't you think? You know, there's no ego here. All right, let's do 20 seconds at 16,000 here and check out if we can see this, which is the Wizard Nebula, what we have been talking about. Okay. There we go. Let's go see what we got. Yeah. Look at that. There's the Wizard Nebula, guys. Just like before, you know, you can see it really clearly. Yeah. And this, again, a diffuse H2 region that is singly ionized hydrogen. And I've told you this before, but in case you don't remember, the way it works is that the energy of these beautiful hot young stars will strike the hydrogen atoms that are in this cloud of gas, and it will cause the electron to jump off the atom. That's called ionization. That ionization occurs for a brief moment, and then the electron jumps back down into the atom. And when it does, it loses energy. It gains energy to jump off the atom, and it loses energy as it comes back down. And based on the location in the atom it jumps back to, okay, it doesn't jump to just one particular energy state. It's called back in the atom. There's a number of these, a number of energy levels. They're very discrete, and they're well known, and they can't just go anywhere. They have discrete locations. This, by the way, is the reason we call it, as I mentioned before, quantum mechanics, because you can measure the specific quanta of the atomic transitions, and this is why it's quantum mechanics. So, that said, the study of the atoms entails figuring out where they go in the atom, and in particular, when these electrons jump back into the hydrogen atom, they predominantly go to what's called the n equals 2, number 2 level. And They go elsewhere too, but the predominant one is n equals 2. And that means that the electron gives off a certain amount of energy at a certain frequency when it jumps back into the atom after being blown off by this radiation. And when it comes back into the atom and gives off that certain frequency is red. And that's what we see right here. Okay, it's called H2, singly ionized hydrogen. All right, it's a specific wavelength. We know the number specifically. And it is a place where the glow, the light given off by the electron as it gives up energy, is a specific color, and it's that red. So when they jump back into the atom and lose energy, where does it go? It goes off in the form of light. Okay, electromagnetic radiation comes off. It absorbs some to go off the atom and then loses some to bounce back in. So this is cool. This is how these nebulae get lit up. They're not just reflecting any starlight. They're glowing on their own, right? Because of the fact that the atoms have been excited into ionization. So that's why you couldn't expect to find planets here, okay? Because, livable planets. Because the temperatures here in these nebular regions are extremely high energy, hot locations, okay? The planet would be baked and sterilized. Because for the hydrogen gas to glow, then it means that the radiation has to be really, really powerful and strong to cause the ionization in the first place. So I just thought I'd mention that. So we don't look for anything like living worlds that will be inside of a nebula. Because if you can see the nebula glowing, it means that the temperatures are way beyond the capability to support organic life like we know it in the carbon-based life realm. Just thought I'd mention that. Let's go back to our planetarium program now, and let's move to something else. Let's move down further in. We're going to Cepheus and Cassiopeia, and if I put up the constellation lines, you can actually see where we're heading. Okay, we're heading toward Cassiopeia here. All right, right now we're just past the zenith, and we're heading down. Let's check out this guy. This is called the Bubble Nebula, and it's one of my favorite places. Daryl, you know the Bubble?
Not personally.
No?
Nope. I know what it is. Yeah, I've seen pictures of it. I've never seen it myself.
Really?
Yep.
No, well, I think you're in for it then, because the Bubble's beautiful. Now, in the big scope, the Bubble takes up about the length of the arrow, maybe a little more. So here it's going to be a little smaller, okay? But let's make sure the telescope is ready. We're going to run it this way a little bit to the east, and then jog it solidly to the west a little bit. Okay, wait a sec. And go. 20 seconds at 16,000. Yeah, Marianne, you get up at like 3. And you said, come on, time to get up. We got to make briefing. I'm like, oh, what? Oh. That's just too early. But I would do it.
You'll wind up being a member of the Sheriff's Deputy Reserve down there, Mark.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. 3 objects in one view. We got this cluster.
Oh, nice.
We got the bubble. And we got this nebula down here. Now, what are those? Let's go find out. Let's zoom in. Okay. All right. There's the cluster. It's the salt and pepper cluster. And then we're looking at this right here, which is the Northern Lagoon Nebula, also known as the Brain Nebula. Brain. That's right. And I'm really tempted to go put the high power instrument on to take a look at these two guys, because I think that'd be pretty cool. I really want to do that. Boy, oh boy.
Go for it.
Yeah, okay, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking that might be a good idea. Because if you notice, we're on the nebula now. And the salt and pepper cluster is beautiful. This Bubble Nebula looks gorgeous. And then, of course, this little Brain Nebula looks beautiful as well. And it's the first time, incidentally, guys, that I've checked out these objects with the new filter. Okay. So, shall I go do it?
It's your camera. Sure,
I know.
Why not? I will strive to keep people entertained.
Oh. Well, good night, Marianne, I have to say, because I know she has to go to bed early. See, out in Arizona right now, it's only 7 o'clock, and she's going to bed. You know why? Because she has to get up early at 3 o'clock to go to the station. All right. 7 o'clock. Whew. Okay, Daisy and Zoe, you convinced me. All right. Daryl, entertain the troops. I shall be back momentarily after swapping the camera into the main instrument, okay?
I'll do it. I'll try.
I'll be back.
I can't guarantee the results, but we shall see.
No, you can do fine. Everybody loves you.
What?
I'll be right back.
Okay. One of the things I forgot to say about the first Star Trek reboot earlier, talking about Green Orion Slave Girls still, the one they showed, she was the wrong shade of green. And that just drove me up the wall. I mean, if you see any of the other appearances of the Orion Slave Girls in the Star Trek, universe, they're kind of a dusky green. And the Orion Slave Girl in the first Star Trek reboot, I mean, she was green as could be. She looked like a lime popsicle or something. That was all wrong. And I'm sorry, but these things bother me. Green Orion Slave Girls are still hot, though, so. Now, she was a redhead, so she had that going for her. Am I in trouble yet? The blue girls that Marco likes, they have antennae, and antennae don't do anything for me, sorry. There you go, Shep. Yeah, Justin, I'm trying. There, I feel better now. I actually have an Orion Slave Girl, a little figurine. A friend gave me one for Christmas a few years ago. It's really cute. Kind of a cartoon version of a Orion Slave Girl. Looks like she's wearing a hula skirt or something and dancing. It's a really neat little figurine. Sorry, I'm not being very serious tonight. Ronald, the 10-inch will gather 4 times as much light as the 5-inch. We talked about this. It's pi r square. If you double the aperture of the telescope, you quadruple the surface area of the aperture of the larger telescope. You quadruple the surface area. So the 10-inch gets 4 times as much light as the 5 does because it's twice the diameter. Pi times the radius squared. Shep, I know one clean joke. What's Irish, rugged, and stays out all night long? Patio furniture. Maybe I should write that down. I don't know if that makes sense or not. What's Irish, rugged, and stays out all night long? Patio furniture. See, he's Irish. That's a pun. Play on words, you know. Patio furniture. Okay. I'll be here all week, folks. Jeff, that joke wasn't worth $20. Yeah, Amanda's trying to get to bed earlier at night, trying to get a good night's sleep, and I wouldn't be surprised if she had hit the sack already. She had told me recently that 11 p.m. is her nominal bedtime.
All right.
So we'll see. She might show up.
Okay, the good news is, look at that beautiful... Hey, Jeff, thank you so much, man. Wow. That's so kind.
I think Jeff liked my joke.
Oh, really? I missed it.
Or maybe I'm just flattering myself.
Look at this, guys. Wow, what was your joke there, Daryl?
The only clean joke I know. What's Irish, rugged, and stays out all night long?
I don't know.
Patio furniture.
Oh my gosh.
I have lots of dirty jokes, but I can't tell those here.
No, we're a family show. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Here you can see the bubble now. Look at it. You can actually see quite clearly how the bubble actually looks. Here's the bubble right there.
Oh, nice.
It goes around, okay, and I did notice we have some clouds coming, but they're scattered, and we might get away with this, so I will try. The Bubble Nebula is powered by a star in the middle here that's a very powerful star known as a Wolf-Rayet star. These are stars that will do crazy things, such as blow off their outer layers without going nova or whatever. It's just part of their process. They will actually lose their outer layers. And then they have a hot core that's radiating out very hot ultraviolet light, which then causes that blown off layer to actually glow in that hydrogen process I told you about before. And that's what we're seeing here. Really pretty. And of course the problem here is that the telescope needs to be brought down. Let's see where it was again. It's on that end of the field. I'm trying to figure out which way it rotated. I was determined to figure this out the other time, but I have stars here that can give it away. Actually, maybe I can figure it out by just doing this. Go here, increase my exposure, 4K mode. Okay, here we go. So I believe that we're looking at the bubble here. And to confirm that, I'm going to just look at this again. It's probably right there. Okay, so to confirm it, I'm going to do this. No, I'm not. I'm going to do this and bring it up like that and go this way. And now I'll do exposure here just to see. This is live observatory, folks. You know, this is what happens during the live observatory runs. And I'll just drop this down to make it a shorter exposure. We'll go 10 seconds at 64,000 just to see what we've got. Here we go. Okay, and what do we have? Yeah, okay, good. So I went the right way. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to bring it closer to center so we could actually zoom in on it and you can see a little better. And now I could show you a little better if we can actually take that star, move me over a little bit like this. Okay, now it'll be more centered, I think, because it's right here. And now that it's there, what I want to do is drop this down. And we're going to go down to No, actually, my previous shots, I've actually done 25,600 for 20 seconds. So let's try that, shall we? I know I'm talking to myself, guys, but you know what? Put up with me. It's all part of astronomy. Can you imagine talking to yourself in a dome where the sound all comes back and hits you in the center? And that's what happens. You know?
I'm sorry, I should be saying something.
Well, go ahead.
I don't know what to say.
Well, then you didn't have to say something.
Well, let's see what the image looks like. I'll say something then.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Look at that. So now you can see that, this looks beautiful. And if we zoom in, and you know what? Ignore this noise, guys, because I can get rid of that noise. I always do. So this is the view that we want to see, and this is a slightly processed version of it, which I can affect a little better maybe.
Got one big bright patch here at about 12 o'clock from the star.
That's right. That's right. This bright patch is a close, dense cloud of hydrogen, which is interesting because what's happened is the Bubble Nebula was formed by this Wolf-Rayet WR star, as I mentioned, that blows this stuff off. But as this hydrogen moves out into the interstellar medium, it's not moving out into nothing. It's moving out into a medium that's filled with stuff like dust grains, stuff like other gas. And as this gas hits other gas, it slows down. As it hits other dust, it slows down. It gets impeded. And thus we end up seeing a front here, a dense line where the dust has snowplowed itself. And this is what we're seeing here. And this part here is another area of dense gas. Don't know at what part of the history of this star this ended up here, but this is part of that history. You can see also there's another patch here. Okay, it's just the beginning. There's actually a lot more to this nebula than what we see here, and I would like to take 30 or 40 shots of it and then stack them again to get the image for you. But in the interest of time with the clouds coming, I want to show you more objects first. Okay, so we're not going to do that tonight. So we come back here, and now we're actually at the bubble, and I'm going to go over to this little brain. Let's go see the brain. The brain.
I can think of one other Wolf-Rayet star you showed us before. Maybe you remember.
You're talking about Thor's helmet?
I am.
Ah.
Yeah, that'll be up come winter, I guess, won't it?
Yes.
In Canis Major, I believe.
That's correct. Thor's helmet is a beautiful. Oops, I gotta give me stop magnifying. There we go. I think we want to be around here. I'm just going to do this 20 seconds at 25,600, and I'm going to capture this. This is the what's known as the Brain Nebula. It's also the Northern Lagoon, and the lagoon is so named, of course, because of the dark nature of that dark lane that runs across it. All right, it looks like a dark lagoon. Well, this one has a similar look to it. And there it is, the Northern Lagoon right there, and you can see the dark lane in it. God, this is really pretty, huh?
Yes, it is.
Just for the record, my friends, this is the first time I've ever seen this. I've never taken a photo of this before until tonight with you here. So you all are doing this with me for the first time. I think that's pretty cool. I really do. Let's do our best to move this and get it in position, a better position. All right, so as before, I want to move it up and in to the view. So let's do that. I think I want to go this way this time. All right, I think that puts it in the center of the view. Do you believe me, Daryl?
Sure, why not?
Oh. Jeff Lucas, why do you have trouble with wolf rats in the south? You can see the Thor's helmet illuminator, the wolf rat that powers Thor's helmet. Yeah, that's pretty obvious that you can get that. Oops, look at that. Okay. I don't know what happened there. I thought I was getting it closer. Was I wrong? Let's go up here. Do this again. If I do this, it's going to rotate. It should be in the center now. But you know what? I'm just going to try it this way. Let's see if I can get any hint of those.
Good answer, Jeff.
Oh, the only answer, Jeff. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, you're right. Trees. Where are you again, Jeff? I'm going to move it south again, or north again here. Okay. All right. Let's bring her back. Okay. And there it is there, right? Oh, wait, is that not it? Oh, it might be over here. Okay. Let's just do this. All right. Now we'll do just 10 seconds at 160,000. Really blast. Depending on which way the telescope goes, sometimes it'll rotate the image, and I just have to figure out which way it rotated the image. It doesn't always do it the same way. Okay, so there we go. So that's where it is there. That's the bright star I've been looking at. So I'm thinking that I just have to go this way and then move that bright star up. So that means in this particular location, okay, that means I've got to go that way, yes. If it rotates that way.
Up and left a little?
Yeah, I would say that I've got to head this way, right?
Looks like, yes.
And then go bring the view like this.
Or
is that the direction? Yes?
Sure.
We'll find out. I'm trying to just figure out which way it rotated this time. I'm trying to turn that rotation off, by the way. That's a real annoying thing. That really bothers me. I don't like that rotation. And once again, it's still down there. What did I do wrong? It went from here to here. Oh, yes, that's correct. It did go from there to there. Okay, because it's horizontal, so that means it went that way. You know, I'm going to do this. I think that what we're talking about now is going this way. Okay, so it just went east a while. And that should bring it up into the view. Let's find out. If it didn't, then I just go west, young man.
Horace Greeley, if I remember correctly.
Hey, you're something else. Y'all something else. Okay, so I went the right direction, so I just have to, make sure that I keep going now. I just want to get up to the right spot. Alright, so now it's coming up. Alright, it's there. And now I do my little jog. Wagons ho. Alright, and now we should be able to drop this down to the value that I'd like to take picture at, like this, and then 20 seconds. There we go. Sorry for the clearing my throat. It comes with only having one vocal cord. Okay, so now we're doing this, and now we're going to see where this leads us.
Can I ask a dumb question?
You don't ask dumb questions. There's nobody that does. I mean, there's never a dumb question. You know that. But what's your question?
Don't you need 2 vocal cords to make any noise?
If they weren't sticking out, if the one that was in there wasn't partially blocking the airway, then yes. So I have one that's partially blocking the airway. So I'm always running out of breath, kind of a thing.
Goodness.
Yeah, I know. And it also gives me a chronic cough, which really stinks. Wow, this is beautiful. So you can see here. Ricola. But it also gives me a beautiful deep radio voice. Hello, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to WSKY TOUR LiveStream. Yeah, well, I never had a deep voice before, so it's, hey, cool, man. And as usual, you can see that the satellite has pierced the veil of beauty for us. And but there it is. That's the Brain Nebula, the Northern Lagoon. Absolutely pretty. Okay, and now I'll take another photo of that just to get to. And we're in the main instrument now, so our field of view, actually, if I can show you this, our field of view now is shown very accurately by this. Okay, this gives us our field of view. This square, this red square, that's the field of view in our current scope. Okay. All right. And the telescope is now synced up with our object. Now I'm going to show us this. Okay, there we go again. There we are. That's beautiful. All right. And not to leave it undone here, but we are going to move ourselves now to the salt and pepper cluster because it's beautiful, and that's in this area that's just above Cassiopeia, down from the top of the from the zenith. And let's just go here and say, let's check out the salt and pepper cluster, shall we? This is a gorgeous cluster. I think you folks will really like this. If not, well, I don't know what to tell you. It is beautiful. It's really quite beautiful. So if we come in here and just increase a little bit, you can see the salt and pepper.
Yeah.
See that?
Yep.
It's really
popping right out.
It is. So we're going to come down now to take a photo of this one. We're not going to go very high. Let's just go to, say, 5,000. And first of all, stop. 5,000. And let's say 10 seconds at 5,000 for now, just to see what we get. All right, and I'm going to move us over a little bit eastward, and then jog west. Wait a second, and go. Good night, Jeff. Thanks for coming, Jeff. It was really good, and thank you so much for thinking of us to donate. That was wonderful. Yeah, and there you go. Look at that. Notice the color of the stars in the region, okay? They are very varied. Okay, you got some beautiful red stars here. Okay, you got some blues and some whites. Now, the blue haze, you see blue stars, some of that blue is due to my filter. All right, those stars would probably be a little whiter. Certainly be a little whiter. Okay, but isn't this a gorgeous cluster?
It is.
Yeah, I'm going to take us now a little deeper into this cluster. We're going to go to 20 seconds, and we're going to go to 10,000. Oh boy, what am I doing? I don't know. Let's find out. So we're going to do that and see how it looks. It really is pretty. Yeah, Shep, there was a satellite. You were right in that previous shot. Not this previous shot, but the one before you saw a satellite. Alright. And here we go. So you see the difference. You see how it looks when you take a short exposure, right? This is a short exposure, right? And it looks nice. But the star's a little bit, kind of almost washed out a little. Then you take a brighter exposure. And now look, okay, you actually see the beauty and the colors in the stars, you know? I mean, they're just beautiful. Look at the red stars down here. These red stars are all probably type M's. And they're the kinds of stars that you would never see with your eye. And you might even miss in a telescope. So it's pretty cool. I love this. This is just beautiful. All right, so let's go see what else to look at before we lose our sky to the clouds. Okay, so that was this location. Actually, let's take a look at a giant orange star, shall we? This is a giant orange star. Okay. This is it's a K 4.5 Roman numeral 1b, which is a very, very large star. Okay. All right, and let's go look at it in our view. You might say, well, where's the big bright star? Well, there it is. See how orange that looks? Okay. Let's do 20 seconds at 10,000 just to show you just how bright that star looks. All right, because it is quite a bright star. All right. Here we go. Hey, Joanna. Welcome. Welcome to SkyTour LiveStream for tonight, the 24th of September, and it still feels like a late August night, not a late September night. There's a little chill in the air by the morning. All right.
Yeah, it got to 81 here today, I think.
Look at that.
It got down to 41 a few nights ago, and it was downright chilly.
Yeah.
I was still wearing shorts, and I had the back door open, getting some fresh air in the house, and I mean, it was downright cold.
I believe it.
And that same night, it got down in the 20s up in the mountains.
Wow.
Winter's coming, like it or not.
Yeah. All right, so here's a little image processed view of this star. You can see this beautiful. This is a giant star. It's a K4.5 1b, and that means it's a very, very large star. Just amazing, actually. And let's go back to our unprocessed view for a moment, and then go over here and at our planetarium view. Okay, and now the star here actually is it's actually quite a it's a star that's actually pretty distant. It's almost 2,000 light years away. Just over 1,900 light years away. But it's pretty bright. It's also a pulsating variable, which stars that are this large are doing. As more material, as more material fuses, the star puffs itself up even bigger and says, "Wow, I can fuse again. I get bigger." And then as it gets smaller, it ends up being shrinking, and then more stuff comes into the middle of the star, the center of the star work, and then once again start fusion one more time. It's pretty cool.
Betelgeuse and Orion's a pulsating variable also, isn't it? Slowly pulsates?
Yeah, I believe it is.
I know it changes brightness occasionally.
Yep. And right here in Cassiopeia, let's go check out this what's known as a starburst galaxy. And what are starburst galaxies? Starburst galaxies are galaxies where there's an unprecedented amount of star formation that's occurring. And they're actually quite amazing. So we're wandering through Cassiopeia now from the zenith, and we're doing it through the main instrument on the telescope. We're not doing it through the supplemental telescope on the side, which is the 5-inch refractor. All right, so here we are, and let's just lock us here and do 20 seconds at 10,000. I'm not sure. Hello, Neil Smith. How you doing? Yeah, hi, Neil. Neil's asking what kind of filters I'm using. I'm using one called the Ultra High Contrast S filter, and it's from Baader, Baader. A little more pricey, but the result is worth it, as you can see. And the Baader filter is one of these filters that I think is probably better than most. And Daryl can vouch for that as well, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, the new filter is much more red sensitive, put it in plain words, than your last filter was.
Yeah.
It has a higher hydrogen alpha bandpass, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, sure does.
I read the specs on it, and they said it's passing 90% of H alpha light.
Yeah.
And it's made a huge difference in your imaging lately.
It has.
Since you got it.
Yep. And, had I actually moved the telescope to the location, then I guess we would have actually seen the galaxy that I was trying to get, no?
Even better.
Yeah, well, now we're moving in on the galaxy. Let's go find out. All right, and that's right after Kaf, which is one of the stars in Cassiopeia here. You can see part of the W, the upper star in the W. Okay. All right, and this is where we are. We're right here now on this galaxy, this active galaxy called a starburst galaxy. And let's go see what we got. Well, we got to take the picture first, don't we? So let's do that.
Is that also known as a Seyfert galaxy, or is that something else?
I'm not sure if this is a Seyfert. It might be. I'll have to check. And a Seyfert, again, is a very active galaxy. But this is a starburst galaxy. And you're cueing into the word active, but it may not be active in that way. as I will show you. Okay, so this galaxy here is it's magnitude 9.5, so it's not the brightest, but it's not the dimmest either. And it's I'm trying to see if it gives us the distance. It gives us the redshift, so we can calculate the distance if we want to, but it doesn't tell us the actual distance. But let's go see it anyway, because here it is. Okay, where is it? I thought it would be here, didn't you?
Back on your stellarium chart, it looked like where the scope is pointing is off, just a little bit to the right.
Oh, maybe so. Maybe I gotta do it this way. Let me move it in. Okay, so the scope's moving a little bit more now. Not much though. It might not be visible. We might also be looking through clouds. But I'll let you know in just a second. Okay. Let's just do a photo here at 20 seconds at 10,000. We should easily be able to see this galaxy, so.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah. Of course, it may be smaller than we thought.
Well, the stellarium appears to be pretty good about representing the sizes of things in the sky.
It does.
And at 9.5 meg and a 10-inch scope, I would think you'd grab that easily.
Yeah, you would think. But we do have this beautiful carbon star here.
You do. Noticed that. You have a couple of them.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's a carbon star, but I'm sure that we're close. And the other thing is, since the telescope is there, I'm going to actually do a test of this. Okay, so that we should be seeing that. Oh, I get it now. I get it. Okay, this may actually be okay. This may be a different kind of object. First I gotta do this. I gotta actually see if I can, where my telescope is aligning. Gotta make sure it's aligned right. So I'm gonna go to this star. Okay, and we should see the star come in. That's the star. So, well, that's not bad. I mean, it's going right where we expected it to go. You know? Okay, and Stellarium. In Stellarium, it thinks it's here. That's right where we think it's supposed to be. Alright, well, that's a mystery that I will solve at another time. Now, what I'd like to do, though, is to bring us down to this nebula right here. I've been dying to show you this, guys. This is called the Pac-Man. And it's called the Pac-Man because it looks like Pac-Man. Alright? And Daryl knows what I'm talking about. He's seen it.
Oh, yeah.
So off to the Pac-Man nebula we go. Let's go see. Okay, stars going by. Yep. There we go. Bring in the Pac-Man Nebula. Scotty, we've got to get the Pac-Man Nebula because if we don't, we will be court-martialed and you'll be fired. Aye, sir. There we go.
Good old Scotty. He always he overachieved. He underestimated and overachieved.
That's correct.
That's how he always...
Captain, I need 2 days. Scotty, you've got 1 hour. And then he gets it done.
I'll try, Captain.
Aye, well, there's no guarantee of the result, Captain.
That's why they called him the miracle worker.
Yeah. But if an engineer really had those kinds of bad estimates, he would really get called out on the carpet.
Yes.
Okay, well, the Pac-Man is right there. Look at that. Waka, waka, waka. And you can see the Pac-Man, guys. I can show it to you right here. Here's the eye. And here's the open mouth. And here is the circular backside. That's why it's called Pac-Man. Waka, 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 waka. You know? Pretty cool, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And let me see about... Does any processing help us? No. Actually, the processing doesn't help us this time, which is okay. Yeah, it doesn't help us as much. Okay, so there's Pac-Man, and it is a fairly extensive nebula. I got a little bit of a walk on the telescope right there because of the probably the jog or whatever. It's okay. But I think the Pac-Man is clear, and when I process this, the Pac-Man comes out beautiful. And I'm trying to think if I can... I can. Let me just hang on. While you're looking at the Pac-Man there, I am going to show you the Pac-Man when it's processed, so you can see what the processed Pac-Man looks like. You remember seeing this, right?
Yes, I've seen you do Pac-Man before.
Yeah. So this is... Okay, this is the processed Pac-Man. Let me just bring it in for you here. There's the processed Pac-Man. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, there's the eye that I mentioned. Okay. And it really does look beautiful. I mean, it has a gorgeous look. You know? I just think the Pac-Man's beautiful. Yeah.
Very pretty.
It is. So that said...
Now, was that taken with the old filter, Mark?
No, that was actually taken with this a similar quality filter, but a much smaller diameter.
Oh.
I've got a full aperture filter now, and I didn't before. I had a much smaller filter on there. What we call 1 1/4 inch filter. This is a full 2-inch filter to capture the entire
Right.
Pac-Man. So what we're seeing is actually this. Okay, when we look at... No, we're not. Sorry, we're looking at this. The Pac-Man. So you see the eye. This is the size of the Pac-Man, of course. And when I took the photo, I actually zoomed in on it a little bit in the final picture to show you this. See?
That is a nice picture.
Yeah, and that's just... It came out really pretty. I was just... I had actually processed it a different way, and now I process a very, very different way from the way I processed. So can I say process more? I did it differently before, and now with the new techniques, I could probably get even more and get it even better looking, you know? So I'm really excited about that. Really excited about that.
Sure.
Pac-Man is a beautiful nebula. I want to see if I can drag a little more out of it. Let's go to 25,600. Okay, for 20 seconds. And do that. But first, let me bring it up a little bit and go east with it a little bit. I think that's the right direction. Yeah, I'm trying. All right, let's see. All right, so this will be 20 seconds at 25,600. And let's see how it looks when we capture it in the end here. So you'll see it should be here if I get it. Oh, it was actually pretty well centered. I moved it way up. Probably shouldn't have. So I might have moved it out. Yeah, see, I moved it way too far. I moved it way up there. Well, not so bad. I gotta bring it down a little bit. Alright. Let's just bring it down a little bit. I think down is where I want to go, right? This way? No. Not that way. I think this way. I think that's the way I have to go. What do you have to say, Daryl?
Is your camera turned at right angles to the stellarium view? Well, it seems like you're having to translate everything about 90 degrees.
Only because the camera's flipping 90 degrees the images when it presents them.
Okay.
It's an annoyance which I have to get rid of. So I'm constantly like, and that's only when it goes up over a vertical path. So I'm trying to translate, a bunch of different things here. Let's see if I got the right thing.
I mean, I can see the nebula in that image. You're still high and to the left a little bit.
Yeah, high and to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my image, if the image is high and to the left, so that means that the high translates to east and west in this case, and left translates to north and south because it rotated. So let's make a guess that this is the way we got to go to bring it down, and up and down is this one. I don't think it's east. I think that's the wrong direction, but let's just find out. We can actually look in Stellarium and get clues. So it's there. Yeah, that's not helping actually. Okay, so now it's centered right. So now
you're halfway there.
I know. Now we got to bring it down here, and I'm amazed at what it's doing. It's like it's no matter how much motion I impart, it goes the wrong way. Don't worry about the blur, folks. We're gonna take care of that. All right. So.
Hey, I cut it 3 times and it's still too short.
That's right. Okay, so let's do a western run here. This might work better. This might work better. This is huge, so let's see if that makes any difference. If it's out of the field, we just go east a lot further than these stars are showing us here. We just go way beyond these stars. But if we go west here like we did, I think that maybe it's going to be centered now, and this is the main star. How's that for a gamble? Do I want to bet on that? Am I a betting man?
I'll give you chances at 50-50.
60-40? Ta-da!
Well, there you go. Looks like you did it.
Yeah. And that's best for the optics anyway. And now you can see, look at this nebula. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're going to do a bunch here. This is really pretty. Yeah, this is really pretty. This is the Pac-Man, and you can see some gorgeous nebula details and some dark nebula in there. Really, really pretty. Yeah, and the nice thing is when the next picture comes in, it'll just superimpose over this one, and we'll see what it looks like. See, it comes in, so that's beautiful too. So now you see the eye and the opening arts right here. See? Pac-Man, yay! So you folks in the chat, if you're familiar with the northern skies or anything you'd like to see, I always put it out to you. You can always offer it up. You don't have to be passive watchers. If you want to see something, you tell me what you want to see. We'll go there. We'll check it out. You guys are the reason I'm here. So whatever you want, you let me know, and I'll be happy to show you. Right, Daryl?
Sure. Well, my first thought would have been the double cluster, but you have gone to the 10-inch. That would have been a better object for the 5-inch.
Yeah.
Don't want to make you have to change scopes and cameras again.
Well, we can do each one individually.
You could.
Yeah. Yeah, folks, just want to say, the reason that I like to have Daryl on board is because Daryl is, he's an astronomer's astronomer, okay? And very humble at it, as a matter of fact.
Stop.
He knows a lot about astronomy. He doesn't want to tell you how much he knows, but he knows a lot. He's done a lot of things with telescopes. Very big into the telescope scene. Made his own telescopes. Actually made some really cool, double telescopes, like giant binoculars. And he could tell you about that. And I think, why don't you tell us about that, Daryl? Because I really like that project a lot.
The binoculars?
Yeah.
Well, I have, I got my hands on 2 6-inch f5 refractors, years and years ago, and I designed and built, with a little help from a machine shop, I designed and built an alt-azimuth mount to carry the two telescopes slaved together. I designed and built an eyepiece holder that also had interocular separation built into it, so you could adjust the spacing between your eyes to get them both on center, just like you do with a regular pair of binoculars. And I got two matched sets of eyepieces for the same magnification out of both tubes. Uh, uh, and it works. It runs from about 20 power on the low end up to about 120 power on the high end, depending on which pairs of eyepieces I use. And when it is properly co-collimated, that is, the two tubes are aligned with each other, it will just give you stunning wide field views, rather analogous to what Mark has been seeing in his 5-inch f5 refractor.
Yeah, and that's only one view, right? Because I got just the camera. Imagine if we had two. You know?
Yeah, and oh God, I have about $3,000. I don't like to talk about stuff like that, but it cost me $3,000 to build this thing, with the two telescopes and the tripod, and the materials and labor with the machine shop on the Altaz mountain, etc. Sometimes I wish I hadn't done it, but I did it. One of the things I did, which I've always regretted, to get enough back focal length, I had to shorten the tail end of both tubes, each several inches, 3 inches, I think it was.
Wow.
And, well, it works great as a binocular now, but if I want to get back out to proper focus with a single refractor, I would have to put those 3 inches back, either with like 3 inches additional draw tube length or something, if I was going to use it as a single tube telescope.
Well, suffice it to say, you'd have to re-engineer it to be able to use it as a single tube again.
Yeah. I don't have access to a machine shop anymore, but it wouldn't be hard. I could just extend the focuser draw tube, or put a 2-inch additional draw tube in after the focuser and get that back if I wanted to.
Yep.
But hey, I turned them into binoculars, and that's what they are now. So the eye end assembly I built that has the interocular adjustment and focusers and all that on it also has a tip tilt for the mirror for fine-tuning collimation.
Wow.
It works great. And
when are we going to see some example photos, Daryl?
Photos?
Yeah, because can't you take photos out of one eyepiece?
Oh, it never occurred to me to. I built this thing back before digital cameras became a thing, okay? And it never occurred to me to try to, put a 35 millimeter film camera on it and try it.
Yeah.
Again, it has no tracking. It's purely an Altaz mount, and if I was to take any images, they would have to be very short exposure, so I didn't get trailing in the images.
Yep.
But it was built as a visual instrument, and that's what it does.
Mm-hmm. Very good. That's so cool. So, when you look at it, how big is it overall? If someone had it on their table, how big would it be?
Not counting the tripod, the two tubes are 30 inches or so long each. Each aperture is 6 inches. It's an f5 telescope, so you just take the 6-inch aperture and multiply that by 5, and you get a 30-inch focal length.
Yeah.
So the tube's roughly 3 feet long overall. On the mount and everything, it would probably sit, if I set it flat on the tabletop, 10, 12 inches maybe. On top of the tripod, it sits about 4 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
Depending on where I adjust the tripod to. And the mount and the scopes themselves weighs 42 pounds, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
So, I mean, the mount is made of machined aluminum and some high-tech plastic bearings I used called IGUS bearings, which I really love. And that sits on a great big wooden surveyor's tripod.
Wow, so that's pretty good.
It's big.
Yeah.
I should send you pictures sometime. You could show them if you had a mind to.
I think that
I'm not
people.
going to mess with that right now, though. But
I think people should
yeah,
see what
that
you got.
binocular telescopes were the rage 15 years ago. And people were slaving two Dobsonian reflector telescopes together and making giant binoculars.
Yep.
Anywhere, oh golly, the biggest one I think I ever saw was like two 18-inch mirrors or two 20-inch mirrors, something like that.
Wow.
The thing is absolutely, it's a huge telescope.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally two Dobsonian reflectors slaved together. And you're talking tons of engineering for all that. I mean, the one I designed and built, I bought the tubes, but I modified them. But then a heck of a lot of thought and crunching numbers went into coming up with what I got.
Yeah. So you actually did a nice job putting that together. I'd love to see it in person. I'd like to use it.
Yeah. But it's one of those things with me, and this happens with amateur telescope makers sometimes, that once I finished a project, I kind of lost interest in it. Yeah. And I haven't set it up in a while, and I feel really guilty about that. But it's sitting out in the garage, waiting for the next project. It's waiting for that 16-inch telescope to join it.
Mm-hmm. See what I mean, guys? This is the Daryl that we know and really like. Okay, he's always thinking. He's always trying to explore the sky, And you see what it is. It's really tough to to have a night sky over you that's beautiful and not find some way to have a big, beautiful instrument that you can apply to it and use with it. And that's what we do because we're crazy. I can speak for Daryl and say he's crazy, I'm crazy. We're all crazy. Because we love what we do. We love astronomy. We love the night sky. We love to see how the night sky, formed. We'd like to know how it all happened. And I'm into that. That's what my science is about, right? And I like hearing people's journeys that they've taken to explore the night sky. And Daryl's taken his own journey. You've all taken your own journeys. I'd love to hear your journeys too and see where you fall in this and where you figured this out. Because I know that you people that are watching and listening are wonderful in your own right. You actually have all these wonderful things you've done, and I'd like to hear from you too, and figure out where you went into astronomy, how you came to love this. And because I really think that, you guys are really special. This show is my show, but it's not about me. Okay, it's actually all about the universe. Okay, I'm just leading the ship with people like Daryl helping me out greatly, and Amanda. She's not here tonight, but without you guys, this wouldn't have happened. I was convinced to stream by Keith at P&K Space Imaging. I did it, and now you know who Daryl is, and Daryl came along because of this. To you got to see it and hear all the things he's talking about. You get to meet Amanda and hear Amanda and see her development in astronomy over the last 2 years. And Daryl will tell you she's come a long way. Right, Daryl?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, she's come a long way.
She's come so far.
Yeah.
Mark, I found the pictures of that binoscope. I'm not sure how to get them to you in the present.
Oh, drop them into Skype and then I'll grab them.
Let's see if it'll work. Give me just a second.
Skype works.
Yeah, with with your screen on my screen, I don't see where to drop and drag them to.
Oh, well, you have your own Skype up that you have to use. That's all. The reason that Daryl can see things in real time, folks, is because I've shared my screen with him, and he's got his screen. He's got my broadcast software and his Skype, my Skype screen, and the chat, and the music selection, so he can see what's going on at all times. And it is somewhat confusing. You don't know which Skype is your Skype. You know, it can be a mess. But it's okay. I know that Daryl will figure it out.
Maybe not tonight, but I'll figure it out eventually.
Right.
I'm trying here. It's now. I mean, I'm full screen on your screen, Mark, and I don't see where I to drag it to.
Okay. Folks, I'll make sure you get it. We'll make sure you get it. The next stream, and that next stream could be tomorrow night. By the way, it looks like it's supposed to be a beautiful night tomorrow.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. And here, tonight we're seeing things we didn't see the other time, you know. But I'm just taking these pictures and we're having our discussions for now. But we will actually get to this. The other thing too is Joanna. Yeah, Skype can be confusing. Truthiness is asking if I'm familiar with the electric universe model. Yes, I am. And I used to think it was a bunch of crap, okay, frankly. But as is the case when you make these journeys, you have an opinion that you form. And your opinion is basically like clay. You modify that opinion to shape it around what you know. And that's one of the problems that you have, is that once you have shaped the clay, it's really hard to change the shape of the clay. So that is a problem that I would like to address at some point, because I think that it's really important to understand how you shape clay and how you change the way you think, especially when your clay is that self-hardening clay that hardens up into a solid object, okay? And in my case, my thought process, my understanding of the standard model of physics and astronomy, and I've realized that our standard model is full of holes, and there are problems that we have with the way we understand science. To that end, what I think is important to understand is that you have to maintain an open mind, and the reason you folks are here is because you have done that. You do that. You know, I didn't always have an open mind. I was one of these little stuffed shirts, you know, that didn't really have an open mind. And so when I heard about the electric universe, my first thought was, what a bunch of baloney, you know. But you know what the thing is? In studying the concept, right, and by the way, just getting to the process of studying the concept of the electric universe, that took some time and effort. You know why? Because I had thought it was all a bunch of baloney, so I didn't even bother to look at the information. How arrogant is that? You know, that's arrogance. I can't believe it was me, but you know what? It was, and I freely admit it because I've gone past it. I've gotten past me in the past, and I'm now a forward-looking thinker in a way that makes things a little easier to understand. I don't believe every single theory. You'll never catch me on any day of the year, any day of my life, ever saying that maybe Earth is flat. Okay, I'll never do that. Okay, but I will say that in our understanding of the universe, there are holes in what we know, and I'm willing to explore that. And the electric universe is an interesting theory, and if you look at frequencies, it's possible that interstellar travel could be something that we could achieve based on how we manage different frequencies. And I think that's something that is really intriguing. And that sort of relates to the electric universe theory. D. Smith, I'm not arrogant now, no. But I used to be, D. I used to be one of those people that was. Because, hey, I was an arrogant astronomer. I thought that I had everything I needed to know in my own head, right? Um, but things change. Things change. But thank you, D. I mean, I'm certainly not now. I mean, I have no place for arrogance. I have no place for ego. You know, there's no place for ego. This is we're looking at our universe, not my universe. You know, I'm just presenting it through YouTube, through the good graces of what started as a tiny little company in San Bruno, California. Look at that. The Pac-Man's looking better. We're getting a better view here. So it was not a waste of time to do all these photos, guys. This is going to be another wonderful photo op.
I will say I have been arrogant in the past. Sometimes I'm afraid I still am. I try not to. You know, I'm only human, and pride goeth before the fall. Okay,
Right.
and my pride has bit me in the butt enough times that I try to be humble.
Yeah.
Sometimes it still gets away from me, but I'm only human. I'm sorry, I'm not perfect.
That's fine, Daryl. No one is considering you arrogant at all here. You're one of those people that is very patient with a lot of other people. You know, I understand. Okay, thanks, Truthiness. I understand that when you look at the guys who are sort of at the top delivering this information to you, there's a tendency to look at them as unreachable. You can't talk to them, you know. And I hated that about, and that's arrogance again. You know, my whole purpose in doing this was to actually get out there and meet you folks, meet you guys. I wanted to talk to people at conferences. I'm recognized everywhere I go, and I'm okay with that. I spend time talking. I don't go to bed sometimes at night at conferences. I actually stayed up for oh gosh, almost 40 continuous hours in the last conference because I just couldn't stop talking to people. And I was being told, you got to get some sleep. You got to get some sleep. I go, I know, but this guy's saying something so cool. Listen to what he's saying. So it's really interesting hearing people. So I am my own worst enemy sometimes. But I like it. See, because I learn too, guys. I learn too. I'm not someone that's done learning, you know. And every one of you in the chat tonight, and every one of you watching tonight, you have something you can teach me, I'm sure. And I'm not ever gonna suggest that's not true. Yes, I'm teaching astronomy tonight to all of you. Yes. So from my narrow range of science that I understand, I'm sure I can help you. But you've got things to say that I can probably learn from too. You know, and that's how we live life. Okay, that was good. That was a blast from the... Sorry, that was just a accidental view, not clouds. Here's the picture coming in.
Mark, I sent you 3 images of the binoscope. One just popped up in your screen for some reason a few seconds ago.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm trying to get at them. So
you might look for a conversation box.
Like that. Of course. Thanks, Daryl.
There you go.
Daryl just taught me something. All right. Okay, so I'm going to take one of these photos and drop it here. Can't they do that? I'm trying to drop the photos out that Daryl showed me. Oh, no, I can't. Okay. So, I will save. Okay, saved. I'm saving the photos that Daryl just sent me because I want to show you guys.
And that's my ugly pug in one of those pictures.
Yeah, Daryl. So I'm trying to also look at the chat as well, by the way, guys. So I'm just trying to figure out everything. So that does cause me to delay a little bit. It's funny, Rocket Man. Oh, thanks, Joanna. You guys are just, you guys are incredible. As you can tell, I really don't like astronomy at all. Yeah, right. You know that.
Yeah, we've talked before. You and I, we have a lot of parallels.
We do.
In our lives and observing experience, and
Yes.
desire to be an astronomer and all that.
I know.
I know we've talked about Carnegie
Yeah.
libraries before, and all that sort of thing. And it was always a lifelong interest for me too. I mean, I always had a thing for science and
Yeah.
astronomy and all that stuff. And oh, I did some naked eye things when I was a kid, not knowing any better. I've said before, I went out and purposely occulted the planet Jupiter behind a telephone pole one night, trying to see the moons of Jupiter naked eye, and I thought I saw one.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
And I remember seeing a comet. Which one was it? It was the mid '60s, 1965, I think. Comet Akeyaseki, perhaps.
Kiyosaki, yeah.
I didn't get my first telescope until I was about 25 years old, I think.
Wow.
25, 26, something like that. I had a paycheck. I worked at the mine and was making really good money up in Leadville in Colorado.
Yep.
And I had a paycheck burning a hole in my pocket. So, by golly, I bought myself a telescope. And that was the beginning of everything. It was a little 6-inch f6 Edmund Scientific Newtonian reflector.
That is great.
On an equatorial mount.
Wow.
And I went from there.
Okay. The object we went to now is a different one here, Daryl, which I think you have seen with us before. It's right here. I got it in 4K mode. I mean, it shows up wildly successfully here in this mode, but I'm going to actually get out of the 4K mode, drop down to a reasonable value. Again, we're going to go 25.6 for 20 seconds. And you will see what's known as the Little Dumbbell Nebula. Remember the Little Dumbbell?
Yes.
Good answer.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk and chat at the same time.
That's all right.
Yes, I've seen it before. You shared it with me and others here.
Hang on one second, Daryl. I just want to mention Joanna said something. Well, there, look at that. Wow, it's so beautiful. Joanna's people are making requests. Can you go through the chat and look at the requests that people are making? Because I would like to hit some of those if I can for them. Some of them I did answer. Some of the things are below the horizon. And I'll let you. I won't bother you. I'll let you do that because Joanna is saying she wants to help too. To see if she can help figure out who wants to see what. If you've got them, Joanna, put them in a message. If you remember the names. If you don't remember the names, Daryl can hunt through, I think, and find them. I'm actually showing the Little Dumbbell here. This is a really cool, and you can see why it's called the Little Dumbbell, because the actual dumbbell is in this scope is from here to here. It's huge. And people asking to see things like the Ring Nebula, M57. It's on the other side of the zenith right now. The telescope, I'd have to move the dome, which is, again, I'm always happy to do that. But that's the direction where the clouds are coming from. And so we're not going to have a clear sky that way. I'm really fighting clouds right now. So we won't be able to do that tonight, unfortunately. But I absolutely love doing that. I love looking at the Ring Nebula because it's so much fun to talk about the ring and what it does, or how it might have came about. But you can see, and I'm going to zoom in way more than I should. And I'm at 25,600. I'm going to drop down so we can see this a little better. This is a planetary nebula that's known as a bipolar nebula. And you can't see the central star in this view. And I'm going to see if we can find it. Okay. So, we are okay now with the location. I just want to bring this down. I'm going to go down 2 stops to 16,000. And let's go to 30 seconds, shall we? Let's see if we can... I'll do even better. I'm going to drop down to 12,800. All right, and we're taking this picture, and we're going to see if we can get an image of it.
Mark, the only two things, I doubtless missed something Joanna said. She mentioned Andromeda, and she asked something about telling the difference between the big and little dippers. And people doubtless said more, but I missed it. I am in chat now, folks. I can read it. Please, if you have any requests, post them again.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, see, now by going a little bit, see what I did was I got a little better resolution by dropping the ISO, and you'll notice now near the top and bottom of the little dumbbell, you'll see this little red area now. See, there's a little red there, little red there. Very interesting, because with the dumbbell nebula as well, we have a little red area at the edges of the extremities. Now the question is, are they related? Are they similar in morphology? Were they created kind of in the same way? The answer is probably yes. And the dumbbell is also a bipolar nebula. No, it doesn't mean that it goes off the edge at the drop of a hat, or has any kind of mental handicaps. Okay, it means that its bipolar nature is that it seems to be that the material seems to go out near one pole and another pole, and that there's less around the equatorial regions, and that's what we see here. And the way bipolar nebulae form is varied, but it's a process that basically can be understood by understanding the magnetic nature of the star, how big its magnetic field is. Every star has a major magnetic field. And how the material is shed when the star is dying, like this one was. I always get sad when I see a dying star, because I think, what if there was a civilization there? I mean, they faced the trauma and terror of the fact that their star was undergoing or about to have an imminent demise in the next few thousand years or 100 years or whatever. And if they were really intelligent, and if they were a civilization that was on top of things, then guess what? We could be looking at the death of an entire civilization here, long term. What if they didn't have the technology to leave the star? Then they were destroyed, and their life was ended. And that's something that I think about. And you can't forget that. You can't forget that we're looking at a living universe. I believe that. And so seeing a living universe, I can't help but think of the terror and the trauma that they must have gone through if there was life there on planets around that star. Certainly, it's the star is probably over 10 billion years old, which is more than enough time for life forms to form, considering ours. So I look at this and think, wow, it's a very poignant for me. And maybe that's a little over the top for some of you, and I apologize if it is, but you have to have that heart, if you're going to be learning astronomy, because you have to, everything we learn, we have to put into context of what it does for us, how it helps us. Seeing stars like this that die at the end of their, and they're not really alive, of course, but seeing stars that reach the end of their fuel availability cycle, if you want to call it that, and then puff up and do this kind of thing. This is sad for me, although the objects are gorgeous. And the turquoisey color, this bluish teal color, we're looking at oxygen that was made in the star, and that is being dispersed to the interstellar medium. And if it's not oxygen made in the star, it's oxygen that was in its atmosphere that it had when it formed over 10 billion years ago or so. Because that also happens, that stars will give off all of the elements in its atmosphere, but when a star forms, it forms with all these elements already, because it's forming from a cloud in the interstellar medium that could have come from supernovae elsewhere, which contained elements of calcium and oxygen and nitrogen and neon, and and dare I say, even plutonium and uranium and other heavier elements too. Thousands and thousands of stars will be made of material that was in that interstellar medium from whence they formed. But in their cores, most stars the size of our sun only ever make hydrogen into helium and helium into carbon. And then maybe during the planetary nebula process, they can make a few other elements. But, they won't make an oxygen, of course. But then they won't make too many others because they don't have the mass to do that. Only the heaviest stars make the biggest elements in the periodic table, the heaviest elements. And as such, they can only ever make up to iron, which is number 26 in the table. They can never go beyond iron. All right? And that's interesting because not being able to go beyond iron means that you have the rest of the periodic table after 26. I mean, you got to go up to over 118, right? So how can they do that? Well, there's a lot of ways that other elements are made in stars, both normal stars like the sun and very, very heavy stars. During supernovae that occurs. But in stars like the sun, we also have another process, okay, and that's called the neutron capture process, okay? Now, not to worry about the terminology so much, just understand that elements that are beyond, that are farther down the periodic table than iron can also be made by stars like the sun, but through a very slow process called the S process. S stands for slow, in stars. So we can see that some calcium can be made and some potassium, magnesium in a star's atmosphere based on this slow process. And what is the process? It's really interesting, actually. If we go back to atoms, we know that hydrogen has a proton and an electron. Well, if you add another proton to a hydrogen atom, what element is it? Helium. Right? And that two protons will attract another electron eventually, and you'll have a solid helium atom. Well, what happens is, if you make isotopes of an atom, what's an isotope? An isotope is an atom that has more neutrons in its nucleus. That's all. And those are called isotopes. The carbon atom, for instance, is still the carbon atom, but it can be carbon-14. Okay, and that's basically a regular carbon atom with 6 more neutrons in its nucleus, right? And now that'll make a carbon-14 atom. Now, what is that? Okay, well, carbon-14. Sorry, that wasn't correct. What I just said. We have more neutrons than that. But what happens is, if you in the S process that I'm talking about in a star like the sun, those neutrons can get converted into protons in a long-term slow process, right? And it's the S process. Now, what are neutrons made of? Neutrons are made of 3 quarks. Quarks, okay, have a characteristic called up and down, all right? And protons are a certain number of up and down quarks, and protons are also 3. So if you just change one quark's direction in a neutron, then you get a proton. And that's what happens. So it's kind of cool that this process occurs in stars like the sun, and it allows for these heavier elements to be made, and they end up in the interstellar medium when the star dies like this, and they disperse over time, and we get to see it, and we get to understand it. It's really very fascinating, and how supernovae happen. Everybody wants to see the supernova because it's the cataclysm that is, what the universe is made of is supernovae, stars exploding all the time, right? But the fact of the matter is that's not all that's out there. Sometimes quietly percolating stars, through this process I just mentioned, can make really, really more, make a whole lot more elements. And that's exactly what this is. Anyway, so that went on and on. I rambled a little bit, but the fact of the matter is, I was just taking pictures of the little dumbbell, M76, and I wanted to share something with you about it. So, about the way it's made. Go ahead, Daryl. Sorry.
Mark, I'm sorry. Joanna relayed a message from Ken. He wondered if we could look at the star Fomalhaut.
Okay.
I know it's way down in the south. I assume it's getting high for you. It's still a little bit early here.
Yeah, I'd have to move the dome, but maybe we could. Let me just first of all, okay, hang on to that for 1 minute, Joanna. Thank you so much, by the way, for relaying for us. That's very kind of you.
She asked earlier about seeing Andromeda also. I assume she means M31.
She does, I'm sure, and I think that's a wonderful idea. I don't know. The Andromeda Galaxy is right here. We're right here, so let's see if we can go here without having to move the dome, shall we? I'll do that for you. We're in the main instrument now, so we'll actually see it a little closer up, which if you don't mind, I don't mind. Alright, let's see what we got. Here we go. We're on our way. Looked like the telescope couldn't make up its mind there. Wow, you know. Let's go into 4K mode. Oh, there it is. I see it already. It's right here. Let's go get it. Let's go get it. I'll just increase this so you can see it too. There it is. All right, Joanna, this one's for you. You've been very good to us, and I'm going to be very good to you. Anybody else have something they want to see that we could possibly see? Well, let's check it out. We will look. Now, keep in mind, in this view of the Andromeda Galaxy, it goes way beyond the extents of this view. We're only looking at the very central area of the Andromeda Galaxy right now. So let's get out of the 4K video mode. Let's go capture this. We'll do 30 seconds. Actually, let's do 20 seconds at not 160,000. That's too much. 20 seconds at 25,600. Okay. Say okay. Okay. There we go. Now I'm going to just move it over a little bit and do the maneuver I like to do, overcoming any mechanical issues. And here we go, off and running. Oh, sorry, Shep. Orion's not high enough yet. No.
I have a favor after you do M31 to ask. A favor to ask.
M82?
No.
Okay.
Oh, do you think you could find those pictures I sent you and show the folks the binocular scope?
Yes, I stored them off. Yep.
Okay.
Check it out, folks. This is the Andromeda Galaxy core. Okay. Is that not pretty? You can see this dark lane. You can see this dark lane. You can see it going around here. Okay, the Andromeda Galaxy has this tremendous size. And the Hubble Space Telescope has actually picked out, globular clusters in the Andromeda Galaxy, as well as, the H2 regions in the Andromeda Galaxy. And we actually see a lot of detail as well. And this hazy white area that we see here, this is actually all stars. But from so far away, it looks like this continuous light, like it's almost a nebula. In fact, these were called nebulae, okay, in the early days by Edwin Hubble. When they first looked at these, they called them nebulae. They didn't know how far they were. They thought they were just galactic nebulae. And then they discovered that they were much farther away. Just incredible, right? Just incredible.
Yep.
So
that's where Hubble's discovery of the luminosity period relationship of Cepheid variables revealed that to us, did it not?
Yeah, and what Daryl's referring to is something that's part of what we call the cosmological distance ladder. how do we tell distances to galaxies like this? By looking at some of the stars in the galaxy, none of which you can actually see here. It's too far away. And when we look at these stars, they're variables. They pulsate in a very regular way, a very regular pace. And that regular pace translates to their brightness. Literally, exactly, for every single Cepheid variable we've come up with and seen. So this means that by knowing the period of their brightness, okay, how long it takes for them to go from light to dim, because they're variables, knowing that period exactly will tell us how bright they are. And getting that brightness, which is called its intrinsic brightness, will tell us how far away it is. And if it's in a galaxy, that means how far the galaxy is. And so Cepheid variables are very important to finding out all that information. So they're part of the cosmological distance ladder. Very much so, yeah. And Daryl is right, of course. So some of these faint objects here, I'm not sure if they're actually stars in our local foreground. I have never studied this close enough to know. Or if these are actually globular clusters in Andromeda. These are stars in our foreground, the bright, solidly bright ones. But these fuzzy ones, I'm not sure. Daryl, you know? Not really sure.
Me neither, yeah. I dare say if they're fuzzy, they may be globular clusters. Mostly, probably every star-like object you see in that image is a foreground object. It's a foreground star.
Yeah.
It's in our own galaxy.
But some of these are really extended objects.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, and that makes me think maybe they're stars, not globular clusters.
Yes, and you're doubtless right. I know Andromeda has a ton of globulars.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's cool. There's the Andromeda Galaxy. Now, let's see now. While we're here, what else? There was one other thing I wanted to show you. And I wanted to show you the blue snowball. You've seen the blue snowball, right?
I believe so. Here, yes.
Yeah.
Not naked eye, or not my eye.
Yeah, this is it's fairly dim, but it's a little beautiful planetary nebula, which is really kind of, it's really beautiful, actually. I mean, for the color, you know what I mean? Okay, so the telescope is moving up now. You can't miss it. There it is, right there. See it? There it is. There it is. That's pretty good. Dead center. Not bad.
It's blue.
I guess that's because it's called the blue snowball. So it had to be blue.
And that, as you talked about ionized hydrogen earlier, I mean, that's a very characteristic color for planetary nebulas.
That's right.
That's doubly ionized oxygen.
That's correct. It is. We're gonna do
O3.
We're gonna do 20 seconds here at 25,600. When the fact is, we're gonna blow out all the detail in the middle of this thing, and look for any detail around the outside. So, I don't remember if there's a ring around the outside, like or another debris ring or a gas ring that's being illuminated. Yeah, if it is, I kind of blew it out. So I'm gonna go back and do that much shorter now. Take this down, way down to like, let's do 15 seconds at 3200. No, not even. Let's do 10 seconds at 3200 and do that. Harmony, you're more than welcome. You are a wonderful contributor. Okay. Yeah, the blue snowball. Still a snowball.
Yeah.
Still too bright.
See that? You know, see that color, folks? I mean, that Every planetary you see that's bright enough to show color, it's going to be that color.
That's right.
For the most part.
That's right.
If you ever see the dumbbell, for instance, you'll see that color, but you'll also see a little bit of red in it, which maybe hydrogen, maybe neon too. I forget.
Yeah,
But,
neon. There's neon, and there's hydrogen as well. I'm actually gonna drop this exposure down now even more, because I want to get just at the very limit. Let's do 4 seconds. And I'll tell you why. I want to see if we can see any internal structure to that blue snowball. It's possible. There's seeing something.
yes.
I'm seeing a bright edge there.
I see. So it looks like maybe a dark streak running from about 2 o'clock down to 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I see that too.
Or 1:30 to 7 or something like that.
There's another one of these that's out there called the Ghost of Jupiter. So named because it has that kind of look to it. It's really interesting. Okay, here's a 2-second shot now of it. Let's see if we can catch any more details, shall we?
Sure.
Interesting. We can see there's a central darkening a little bit. And if we look at it right up close. Okay, now we're actually seeing some telescope artifacts. Those horizontal lines.
Yeah.
That's not uncommon. All right, well, that's cool. I mean, we did get to see some of it. It looks really pretty. Now, you were saying something before, Daryl. You wanted to see what? Did you say you wanted to see something?
What? By binocular scope?
No, oh yeah, that's what it was,
Or
yeah.
something in the sky.
No, okay, yeah. Did you want to see something in the sky as well?
Joanne was asking how to tell the Big Dipper and Little Dipper apart.
Okay.
That's more a constellation thing. Well, an asterism thing, not a constellation. But
that's okay. Let's
maybe
do it.
you could show her in Stellarium there.
Yeah, sure. Okay, first of all, the idea is you got to find the dippers, right? And to find the dippers is not hard. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, when we look at the Little Dipper, which is right here. Okay, Little Dipper is Ursa Minor, and okay, it's a little bear, and you can see the little bear there. All right. You want to figure that the Big Dipper, okay, and the stars. Well, first of all, you're gonna look for the Big Dipper first, I imagine. So let's get out of this, and let's go find the Big Dipper.
Big Dipper's going to be low in the northwest for you.
Yeah.
Low in the northwest for me now too.
That's where I'm looking.
There it is right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so when we look at the Big Dipper, which is here, that's actually Dipper is an asterism for the Great Bear. Okay, and within the Great Bear constellation is this Dipper, which you have these 3 stars here, and then the bowl of the Big Dipper, the 2 end stars in the Big Dipper. Okay, which this star here is Dubhe, and this star here is known as Merak rather. Merak and Dubhe, these 2 end stars, you draw a line through them, and they point right to Polaris. Oddly enough, very cool, and that shows us where the Little Dipper is from the Big Dipper, and they're both the Great Bear and the Little Bear. So that's how you see the difference. And the end star in the Little Bear actually is Polaris, which is the closest star to our actual North Pole, and that's why we have Polaris there. But it's not on the North Pole. Okay, if you rotate around Polaris, you'll notice, and it's not going to show well here, it's actually rotating around a different center. It's not rotating around Polaris, it's rotating around something else. That something else is the actual pole. All right, and we don't have any stars right on the very North Pole. Okay,
and darn close though.
Yeah, it is. It's like 0.8 degrees. It's very close. So yeah, to the north we have all these things, and we have to wait a little while longer for the Bode's galaxy to show up, which is M81 and M82 actually. The M82 is actually another starburst galaxy, which we used to call an exploding galaxy, but it's not. It's just what we used to call it. And let's see if we can look at the double cluster, shall we?
Sure.
I'm not sure we can see it. Well, that's not the double cluster, is it? Right here. This is M&M double cluster. This isn't the right. This doesn't look like the right one, does it?
That's a double cluster, not the E double cluster.
Yeah, so I gotta find that. I was looking at the wrong spot. Okay, so we come out of here, and to find the double cluster is actually pretty easy. You just have to go to Cassiopeia, right, which is here, and you can see the W of Cassiopeia right there. Okay, and that's meant to be Cassiopeia on her chair. And when you come down from the N star toward the bright stars in Perseus here, just off that line, you'll see this little area which you can see with your naked eye. You can see this double cluster right here, and it's really pretty. Let's go check it out. Let's see if we can find it. We can actually put the stars in here. We can actually put the stars in if we maneuver it just right. So let's see if we can do that, shall we?
Go for it.
Yeah, we're gonna try.
Mark, did you say earlier that your stellarium is in Altaz mode tonight, the sky display?
The stellarium was, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I wondered. I was expecting Polaris to be up there where all the lines come together. I assume that's the zenith, though, when you're looking in Altaz mode.
Yeah, in Altaz mode, the zenith is that, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. What Daryl's saying is that, if we were in the mode that the telescope is in, we would have had Polaris, at the convergence of all the lines that we see in the sky, for the lines of latitude and longitude. They would all converge at Polaris, or roughly there near the North Pole. But instead, when we're looking in Altaz mode, Altazimuth means from wherever we are, our local horizon up to the zenith is always 0 to 90 degrees. And the thing that we use that for is so we can see how far above the horizon some of these objects are. Now, right now, I'm seeing dome. That's what the red is here. So I'd have to move the dome a little bit to see the double cluster. But if you want to do that, I'm happy to do that. Because we're... where is my telescope? I don't see my telescope here. Uh-oh. I have to go look. I'm looking for my telescope view. I don't see it here. Okay, something... No worries. I will just try and figure this out. First of all, the telescope's moving. I know that. Uh-oh.
There we are.
Yeah. I don't know why it took so long. I'm hoping nothing hung up. That'd be bad.
I thought you went offline for a second.
No, I didn't go offline. But, I'm looking at the telescope. We got all this. I think... there's the camera. That's the back end of the telescope. It looks like it's looking straight out of the dome. I don't think we have any issues here. Yeah, I think we're fine. It was very odd. It must have just taken a while to pay attention to what I wanted. Okay, so let's just go a little to the west here. A little north. and actually go a little west. Here we go. All right. So now let's do 12,800. Let's go 10 seconds because we don't need to go much further on this. Yeah, let's see where it thinks it is. Yeah, see now it's there.
Mark, may I answer Joanna real quick?
Please do.
Joanna, by interstellar, if you mean Comet Borisov, the new visitor we have coming in, we talked about that a little while ago, at least in the chat. The last I heard, it's still too faint to see Comet Borisov in most amateur equipment anyway. As I said, the discoverer, though an amateur, he's an engineer by trade. He designed and built his own telescopes, and it was a very sophisticated-looking scope that he used to find the comet. When will we see it? Everybody's saying toward December when it's at its closest to us. I would guess by then, hopefully, it should be visible in amateur telescopes. Can we reach it? I seriously doubt it. We saw it coming in this time, unlike Oumuamua, which we only saw on the way out, and it was too late. But even so, we don't have anything that could reach that comet.
You'd have to
before it heads out again.
It would have to make up any spacecraft would have to make up an incredible delta V, change in velocity to actually get to this comet. And that could be just impossibly hard.
What you might keep your fingers crossed for, well, if this is the comet's, well, of course it is the comet's first visit to the sun, but we don't know how it's going to act when it gets closer and gets warmed up.
That's right.
It's not going to get that close to the sun. I seem to remember reading that it will get heated up enough to put off a lot of dust and gas, but maybe we'll get lucky.
Yeah.
If it's a first-time visitor, you could call it a fresh comet, and who knows? I may put on a pretty good show.
Yeah.
But we won't know until it gets here.
Okay. The double cluster that I took a picture of, you saw. Just so you know, this little picture here. Let's see, this one. That's a beautiful double cluster, and. This one, I didn't try to. The problem is, it's actually there was a cloud. A cloud had gone over the double cluster right there, and we couldn't see it too well. So I'm just gonna see there's more. So you can see how the cluster is fading in and out here. You actually got clouds. See how they're coming and going. So it's got clouds. I bet you there's gonna be a lot of clouds in the sky when I go outside. Hey, it's okay. We were fighting it all night, and we did all right. I'm really happy that you guys came along. But I'm not giving up yet. I got to do a check. I got to make sure it's going on. What's going on out there? We've been going 3 hours, 20 minutes. Yeah, see?
Got a couple of nice red stars in there, too.
It really does. The double cluster has some beautiful stars. And the question is, why would there be red stars in this cluster? You want to take a crack at that, Daryl?
Why would there be? Well, that sounds like maybe they're not actual members of the cluster. If you would expect the stars all in the clusters, to be approximately the same age, they should be, evolved along the same path and be similar ages, similar colors and brightness, I would say, if that's not oversimplifying. And that they're red might say that they're not members of the cluster. They might be foreground objects.
Excellent. Foreground or background. That's
or
right.
Background.
Yeah. So that's true. That's actually what we surmise. There's a beautiful cluster in Puppis that we look at. Oh, look at that. Now we have cloud left us for the moment. There's a beautiful cluster in Puppis.
And 46.
That's right. And it has in it a planetary nebula. That is a star that died. So we're like, wait a minute, how could it have a star that died in it? Well, the answer is that it probably could not. So we figure that if that particular cluster had a star that was actually quite old, then that whole cluster has to be old. But the fact of the matter is, it's not. It's a young cluster, and it turns out that the star is 2,000 light years closer to us. The star that went planetary nebula on us, 2,000 light years closer to us than the rest of the cluster, which is 2,000 light years beyond. What an interesting turn of events, huh?
Sure.
Yep. And that's a beautiful cluster. And we'll see that again soon.
Also in Canis Major, if I remember correctly.
That's
or
correct.
Puppis. No, it's in
Puppis.
Puppis.
It's Puppis, yeah.
Yeah, right next to Canis Major.
That's right. And there you go. This is the double cluster. And we're going to end on a double cluster tonight because we do have clouds out there, unfortunately. I checked with the cameras. We are getting some clouds. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy to have done this with you guys tonight. Yeah, Daryl.
Show him my telescope. Show him my binocular.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Because I stored them in a location that I could readily access here. So okay, just making sure that was going to play. I was wondering if something was going on there too. All right, let me get to. Here we go. Here we are. All right, so this is what you're going to see here is Daryl's telescope with Daryl. For those that wonder what Daryl looks like,
ta-da!
Now you're about to see. There he is with his beautiful double telescope here. I mean, look at that wheel. That's cold in the winter, man. I can tell you that. And,
oh yeah.
And here's the eyepiece set up for it. Right? And notice that cold, frigid snow down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And notice, let's see, get out of that. Let me get this going again. Let me do this. I want to do this. This is what I want to do. There we are. And then this one. There we go. This is the one I wanted to show. So now you can see what it looks like. And so we had that machined. And you know something? It's not easy to actually get a telescope like this to actually work, because you got to get the eyepieces and the barrels of the telescope not just exactly illuminated or exactly lined up, but perfectly lined up. You cannot be off at all.
Yep.
And
now you can cheat that just a little bit. And if you see the picture with me, you see two little white things sticking out the back of the eye assembly there. Those are adjusting screws. And the other diagonal mirror on the far side for the left-hand eyepiece has two of those also, but they're set at right angles to those two. And you can adjust the tip and tilt of the diagonal mirrors very slightly, both left and right and up and down. So if you do have any misalignment, you can get them back into alignment with each other. But if the scope itself is needing to be recollimated to each other, you can get it aligned, but it will give you one heck of a headache if they're not perfect.
Yeah, that's right. Because your brain is going to struggle to make it look right, and you might think it's right, but you're going to end up, committing eye strain suicide.
Yeah.
Because it's crazy. But there you go. And you can see that light comes out of the tube here, hits a diagonal, goes into another right angle, and comes out.
To a third diagonal.
To go up, yes. To a third diagonal, go up. So it's got one path, two path, three path up. One path, two path, three path up. So that's really quite amazing. And I would say that you probably end up rectifying the image when you're done. Didn't you? Or you set it at the same?
You mean right side up? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's an erect image, but it is mirrored left to right.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense because you got 3 diagonals.
Yes.
Wow. Well, there you go. That's Daryl Mason's wonderful world of telescopic immensity. I think that's really
thank you.
I think it's really cool. Very cool.
Thank you for indulging me.
No, of course. Of course. And with that binocular telescope, you could probably see a sight just like this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, extended objects are what that scope is made for.
Yeah.
Deep sky stuff, double cluster, the sword in Orion's off Orion's belt, which is where M42 Orion Nebula is. I mean, you can take in about half the sword at a time on that.
Running Man.
Yes.
Well, let's go now and see if we can actually see any of the Heart Nebula tonight. Shall we?
Thank you, Stacy.
Yeah, wasn't it great? Isn't that incredible? Alright, so we're pulling into the Heart Nebula. As we're pulling into the Heart Nebula, folks, please keep your seatbelts fastened until the captain has pulled up to the Stargate. We will be coming through the cabin one more time to collect any trash just before landing. Okay. Now let's go and move us in here. Okay, this time we're going to do 25,600 for 20 seconds. Oh boy, here we go. This is so exciting, folks. You know, it's like you never know what you're going to get. You might have photographed these objects 100 times, but you just don't know what you're going to get. You know, just imagine Daryl's feeling the first time he tried out the binocular telescope. You know, an engineering marvel.
The first time I tried it? Well, that end assembly, that is Mark II, okay? Mark I, I didn't think things out quite right.
Oh, really?
And, yeah, I tried to have the two, I did not have a right angle in it. I tried it with 2 diagonals, and they were all horizontal to the longitudinal line of the scopes. And what I got was...
They're both flipped from each other, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
So you shut one eye and you see one view, you shut the other eye and you get the other view. Wow. Well, we see a little bit of nebulous detail here, which is kind of interesting. But we're not seeing a lot. We got light clouds out there now. I figured I would just try. But unfortunately, it's really the writing is on the wall. We are going to have to shut down for the evening. I don't want to. It really is beautiful. But we do have an unfortunate condition known as clouds. Well, maybe we can actually look at some clusters.
Clouds happen.
Yeah. Right. I mean, let's see. I took enough of the Pac-Man so I can actually process that for you guys so you can see what it's going to look like. And it will be up first on my SkyTour LiveStream page on Facebook, and then it'll be up on the Astro Imaging Live site. So folks like Shep who don't do Facebook can actually access it there as well. Wonder if we can see these 2 galaxies. First of all, this is an interesting galaxy. It's going to be an elliptical. This galaxy is also an elliptical galaxy. Elliptical galaxies don't really have much detail. They just look like blobs, kind of like the Andromeda galaxies. You know, but let's just see. I mean, you never know. So let's go up there and see. And it could be that we're going to get up there before there's any clouds, or there might not be clouds there. Let's find out. All right. So we should be on our way. And I believe we are. Here we are. We're pulling in now. Move your seat back forward to the full upright positions. Okay, and we'll see now if we can find those galaxies in here. This is where we're looking, and that's where we want to be. Okay, let's take a little bit of a jog here together, and then move west again, young man. Wait a second, and go 25,600 for 20 seconds. We should see 2 elliptical galaxies. And that's what we're going to look for.
Joanna, we call them faint fuzzies.
Yes. Oh, and there we are. Well, we got 1 faint fuzzy here. And we have 1 faint fuzzy up here, which you can't really see. Okay, let's just do it this way. Yeah, see, there's 1 here, and there's 1 here. Right at extreme corners. You see that?
Uh-huh.
So that's pretty cool. Amazing to think that elliptical galaxies, they typically have more stars than a lot of other galaxies. They tend to be monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
M87, for instance.
M87, for instance, the 55 million light years away, the galaxy powered by that supermassive black hole in its center that we actually imaged with the new with that EHT telescope, Event Horizon Telescope. That's right, Joanna. They are. We call them the faint fuzzies. Yeah. They're very likable fuzzies, They're very likable fuzzies. All right, so let's go back here now.
Baked fuzzies makes them sound like coconut macaroon cookies or something.
Oh, what a good idea. Now I want coconut macaroon. Oh, man. All right, so let's go and see. Okay, that's our zenith. That's our blue snowball. We looked at Andromeda. We have so much we can look at. But I'm dancing around clouds. What do I want to do again? I want to try and find the Starburst galaxy again. Remember we tried to find it? We didn't see it?
I was going to mention that a minute ago. With those 2 ellipticals you just saw, I think that one would be a piece of cake.
Yep. So let's go look at it again. Let's make sure that we can see it again. I think we can. Okay, we're pulling in. We are pulling in.
Excuse me for just a second, please.
Sure. Okay. Telescope is... I think we're fine looking out. You can see the big telescope barrel looking straight up there, so I think we're cool. All right. Let's just give it a shot, shall we? I don't like to be defeated. So let's find out what's going on with this.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Sure enough. Very happy that you came back. Because it's just not the same without you, you know?
Oh.
All right.
Well, I'm glad to be here.
Sure.
Always glad to be on with you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Ah, we got it. I see it.
We do?
I do. Right there.
I think I see it.
Yep, that's it. That's it. The rebels are there. Yep, there it is.
That must have been a Darth Vader impression you just did.
Oh, I can do a Darth Vader. You want to hear Darth Vader?
Wasn't that him who said that?
Yes. Give me a moment. I'll be right there.
Yeah. Good night, Dee. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Joanna.
You want Darth Vader? Then this is it.
That's it. The rebels are there.
And you
There
say,
you go.
how can I do that? Well, I'll show you how I did that. That is using something I created about 15 years ago and still have. It's called the Vader bottle. See, it's a bottle called the Vader bottle.
All right.
It's a large open lip glass container. And when you speak into it, you get the unmistakable Darth Vader impression. For instance, I can say, you are part of a rebel alliance and a traitor. And that doesn't sound good. But if I say,
You are part of a rebel alliance and a traitor. Take her away.
I mean, now it's Darth Vader.
There you go.
Isn't that cool?
Kind of reminded me of that scene with Marty McFly's father in Back to the Future.
Oh, yeah?
When Marty goes to try to get his father to date his future mother, I guess, and he appears to his future father as Darth Vader and explains things to Dad to me.
Yeah.
I fail to see the humor.
Let me hear you say, "Apology accepted, Admiral."
Apology accepted, Admiral.
That was the cadence at which he did. He kind of James Earl Jones dragged it out a little bit. He was like,
Yeah.
Apology accepted, Admiral.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course. It's just so much fun, I enjoy it.
Sure. What about this galaxy we think we see? Are you taking an image of it?
Yeah, I did. That's right there. See it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, Luke. I am your father.
That's not true. I'll cry and stamp my feet. I'll let go and fall.
If you do that, you'll have to go to your room.
Oh, come on. Oh, that's funny.
It is.
Yeah, okay, so this galaxy is not that impressive. It would be impressive maybe under a different conditions, but I do want to take us to some other things anyway while we can. While I'm here, right? Let's see. Yeah, we went to the wizard, went to the bubble. We saw the salt and pepper. We saw the brain, which is very cool. Actually, I'm gonna go to the brain. I'm gonna go to the bubble nebula again. I'll tell you why. I'd like to take a series with the bubble and see if we can actually improve on what we had. Okay. I'm not sure if we saw something fly by, Joanna. Not sure. It might have been my mouse cursor. If I was a hoaxer, I could go, hey, what was that? But I'm not like that. Let's do 20 seconds at 25,602. Just capture the spirit of what we have here. We should see the bubble. And it's not this bright star that sources it. I think it's a fainter star nearby. Well, we'll see. It's amazing, the sky. Oh, look at this. This is a better view, guys. Check it out. That's pretty. See? There's a benefit to coming back to some of these things sometimes. Holy cow. See that, Daryl? You're on mute.
Whoop, sorry. That's the same one earlier we saw that had the bright red thing sticking out right next to the star, right?
Yeah, that's the bubble.
Yes.
But I'm saying that it's looking even better now.
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, it's reached higher. So I'm gonna just play around. Just gonna give it a few more shots here, guys. And I want to see if I can tease out some of the information I know is out here. See, we look here, we say, oh, wow, that's it. I can capture that. Yeah, but I want to see out here because there's stuff out here.
Lone Star, I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
Remember that movie?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. That was Space Bowels.
I read somewhere just the last day or two that I guess Tesla is coming out with a new high-performance version of their car. If you had heard earlier exploits of the Teslas, they had a ludicrous speed mode, they called it, from Spaceballs.
Yeah, right?
And now they're coming out with what they're calling a plaid version of the Tesla.
That's funny. We've gone plaid. We've gone plaid, sir.
I think they were testing the car over on the Nürburgring in Germany. Speed testing, lap times and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're pushing the envelope all the time on electric vehicles, and I kind of hate to say it because I love cars, but the future, like it or not, here, not in 2019, but in 2018, you might have heard Volkswagen. They built an electric vehicle that absolutely broke the record running up the Pikes Peak hill climb here.
Really?
Yes, it just smoked everything out there.
Wow.
It's a neat looking car. It's a real low slug. Looks like a GT prototype type car, but it doesn't have that growl of a good gasoline engine. So it just makes kind of a whirring sound, and they actually put some really ugly beepers on it to warn people the car was coming, which kind of wrecks the whole idea of it. But it's a heck of a vehicle, and I mean they just absolutely smoked the overall record going up Pikes Peak.
What did you say? Ugly what? What did they put on it? You say peepers?
Beepers.
What are beepers?
Sort of like when you have a big truck backing up in reverse, that they have the automatic beepers go off on it.
Oh, like the beep, 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 that.
Yeah, something like that. And they put those on that VW so people could hear it coming.
Really? Oh, because it was electric.
Yeah, because it's quiet.
It was a golf cart.
I guess.
A fancy golf cart.
Yeah. The beeps kind of ruin the whole, not the image, but you know what I mean. You think a race car is going to roar And here it comes up the hill, just beep, beep. Still a really cool car, though, and I don't know, electric's gone so far.
Yep. Hey, Creamers.
A lot farther to go.
Thanks for coming, Creamers. Yeah, I remember Hardware Wars.
Yes, I remember that, too.
Hardware Wars was really funny, and it only lasted, what was it, 6 minutes long? Like the length of a cartoon, wasn't it?
I may be thinking of a different show. Henry Rollins, the rock musician, he hosted one show like that. I don't remember if it was Hardware Wars or another one I'm thinking of.
Oh, no. That Hardware Wars was a little short, about irons in space, and they're like kind of around the Star Wars type era. Yeah. And like irons were like Star Destroyers and things like that. It's really funny. It's funny. I made movies like that too when I was a kid. I have 8mm films of our movies, our space movies. We had made elaborate sets and everything. It was really pretty cool. My mother was always running out of styrofoam because I was taking the styrofoam plates, the styrofoam cups, and making them into white Death Star type things. I mean, I took styrofoam plates and made like this 10-foot long set, and then we just ran spacecraft over it that we had made, and used up a lot of her Scrabble pieces for her Scrabble sets too, because we would put we'd put little squares next to each other, and make textured surfaces on the ships using these squares. Yeah. And then I did that later in life with CG, when I did a lot of CG work. So that's really cool.
I had a friend a long time ago.
Hello,
he built
Renee.
models, and we would film them. He collected old medicine bottles and caps and lids and stuff, and pretty amazing when you got a sense of creativity what you can glue together and turn into a spaceship.
Exactly so, and that's what we did. That's called kit bashing. We'd take like model kits, for instance, and we would take parts out of there, make a mold of that part, put the original piece back in the kit so as not to destroy the kit, and then we would actually turn around and build a ship out of our imagination, and that was that was one way. And then we would take parts of existing things like medicine bottle caps because of the ridges, and you got to make them look like they're not medicine bottle caps glued onto a model. You got to make them integrated into the model in some way, and when I work up with Doug Trumbull at the studio, when we have to build something, well, we do the same thing. We think of, if we can 3D print something, we'll 3D print it. Then we'll take parts of existing stuff and glue it on there so no one knows what it is. You might not. You might see this medicine bottle cap going on, or a knurled knob that goes onto something. Gets glued on a model, and it looks like a knurled knob glued on a model until you add conduits and piping and other stuff, and then weather it, and then all of a sudden it's a focal point that has nothing to do with what it was actually. And it becomes this just really cool piece of detail. Why, no, that's a nuclear condenser. Aren't you silly fool? Can't you recognize that? It's a nuclear condenser.
It's a Tylenol bottle.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Renee Trujillo, thank you for, I don't remember seeing you here before. Maybe you've been here. Thanks for coming by and checking us out. I really enjoy having you guys stop by. And I'll tell you, I'll be fair with you. The participants list is not representing you fairly. It shows that it has one participant, and look in the chat. I don't see one participant. I see many. So clearly, that part of YouTube is a little bit broken.
It is broken. That is how it is, young Skywalker. The Force is strong in this one.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
A flux capacitor. Haha, that's funny. Yep. Yeah. So this is just really pretty. That's pretty, Jenny. Yeah, this is really pretty. I actually really enjoy. And I'm seeing something else. I'm seeing a really faint line here.
Uh-huh.
And I'm wondering if that's a satellite slow mover at high altitude. Because I see those, and if you look carefully in almost every photo, as Daryl said the other night, every photo you take, you may see satellites. Oh, Ken Pollock, I wanted to say hi to you too. I didn't say hi to you before, so I apologize for that. I totally believe if you're spending the time to come out here to see me, I'm going to make sure that I say hi to you. You want to see SkyTour, then you deserve a shout out. That's how I look at it. So if I ever forget, it's just because I didn't see it. It's not because I wasn't looking and something happened, So I want to make sure.
Amanda's good at that sort of thing, keeping an eye on the chat room. She does a lot better than I do.
She does. She does. Yep. Boy, it's really looking quite good tonight. This nebular filter is actually giving us more detail up here and a little out here that we did not ever get before. So this is all new. All new. My battery on the outside on that camera is down to 20%. So we'll go until it's down to nothing, and then we'll be done. We're actually going on 4 hours again, so it's like, wow.
Yeah.
Hey, how can you do this? I mean, and tomorrow night's gonna be clear again. Well, it actually looks like it's gonna be better than tonight. So I shudder to think how long I'm gonna go tomorrow.
Hey, we got one night off anyway, didn't we?
Yeah. You want to come back tomorrow night if we do it again?
Maybe.
All right.
We'll see.
All right, that's no problem.
Tomorrow night's my Forest and Fire night, but I can always watch the rerun later.
Forest and Fire, what's that?
Oh, they make knives on the show.
Oh, Forged in Fire.
Yeah, sorry. Forged in Fire.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Forest and Fire. I'm like, what's that? Oh.
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah. Well, people don't know that of you, that you like knives and things like that.
Yeah, I enjoy the show. I made some knives. I don't consider myself an expert knife maker by any means.
Yeah. I want to actually, I do want to answer Ken Pollock's question. Ken, you asked about the Starlink satellites. I'm the Mutual UFO Network's chief photo and video analyst. MUFON, Mutual UFO Network, is the largest UFO organization on the planet. And so we get reports from all over the world. What do you think I got in my inbox the night that the Starlink satellites were launched and were photographed by thousands of people around the world? I got this. I got UFO swarm invading the Earth. I know this is real. Here's the pictures to prove it. UFOs coming into the atmosphere in a line, so we won't detect them easily. I got hundreds of these statements coming in, and I responded to every one of them. I'm sorry, but Elon Musk launched 60 plus satellites tonight, and they launch in a line, and they will actually change distance from each other over time. Okay, so the Starlink constellation, as they're called, will disperse as they go into their own individual proper orbits, but to be launched at the same time, they end up coming out in a linear line. And I got a very experienced person who, speaking of satellites, I got a very experienced person, I should say, who does sky watches, and she sent me the photo and said, I know these are UFOs. We saw 60 of them. I know these are UFOs. And I said, no, actually, this is the Starlink constellation of satellites. I'm sorry. And so you see, that's the difficulty we're going to have. And see these lines? Okay, I could see in the future if we had a dozen lines going through a photo, and every photo has different lines going through it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay, absolutely right, Ken. It would be a real disaster. So, luckily, most satellites are in a north-south or an east-west orbit. They're not going every which way around the Earth. Okay, so you can always figure that if you're seeing things like this, you should be able to figure a north-south direction, and this can kind of give you an idea what the directions are. Now they do something called precess, but that doesn't mean that they change, like they're not going from north to south. They still will go predominantly, in a north-south or an east-west direction. Not always, but predominantly. It's just an interesting fact. It has to do with how they launch them. All right, but in general, these satellites are always going to be problematic for us. That's never going to change.
Yeah, but I saw one graphic showing, there's supposed to be like 5,000 of these things when they're done.
Yes.
And the graphic showed their orbits across the sky.
Yeah.
And it looked like a basket weave, and they were everywhere.
Yeah, that's the idea, right?
Yeah. I just wonder, somebody asked earlier, gee, didn't anybody read about it? Or I have to wonder, gee, did anybody at SpaceX ever consider, the impact they could have on every damn Earth-based telescope in the world? Did they not realize that, or did they realize it and did it anyway because they don't care?
Well, I think
who knows?
They were probably looking at the dollars. That was important.
Oh yeah. Well, sure, as always.
Yeah. Yep. I'm sure that's what it was, but hey, it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, if you consider, good Lord, the astronomical, no pun intended, the astronomical sums, spent on professional astronomy to build the new observatories and stuff.
Oh,
yeah. There are other people with money in the game, skin in the game.
That's right. That's right.
We shall see.
Yeah. And speaking of astronomy, I think I told you guys that I will be heading back out to Arizona on November 5th to the 18th, I believe. Or, well, Marianne gave the time. And for part of that time, I'm going to be teaching a boot camp in the desert. And the other part of that time, I'm going to be spending time in the desert talking to the scientist from Lawrence Livermore who owns some property out there, and on whose property I'm setting up the new observatory. We're coming to a beautiful arrangement. He's been very kind to allow me to do this. He and his wife both absolutely love the idea. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna be able to I'll be able to survey the site and check out the site and make sure that I get all of the expected returns on the site for the internet. He says we do, and I believe him because he's a smart guy. I'll tell you who he is. Back in the 80s, the Chernobyl reactor melted down in Pripyat, in Chernobyl, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor, and the reactor exploded and resulted in the deaths of many thousands of people over time, with some immediate, especially firemen that had responded to the scene. They could not put out the nuclear reactor core, which was melting down, and it was drilling a hole in the floor of the containment structure and melting its way through the concrete, and it was going to reach the water table. Had it reached the water table, it would have blown up, and it would have ended up causing it would have caused a steam volcano, a radioactive steam volcano for thousands of years. Hey, Tony the Night Owl. Nice to see you here. And that would have killed hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people over time from the radiation. So the Russians couldn't put out this nuclear fire. And who'd they call? They called America. They called the United States. And they got a hold of the premier nuclear specialist in the United States, who is this man I'm telling you about, who's giving me the use of his property. And his name's Chuck. He took a team to Chernobyl, and under the gun of having only days to accomplish the task, they had to somehow put out the nuclear fire in this melted core, which has the name corium. It's like an own element, basically, substance. And they devised these. They had these little radio-controlled tractor wheelie devices that they created, and their whole purpose was to pour this boron salt into the hole to help bind up the core materials that were melted together and that were going to burn through the bottom of the concrete floor. And as it turned out, it took them a few days, but they accomplished the task. They did put out the nuclear core. The nuclear core is now inert, and they saved hundreds of thousands of lives. And they could not get the Nobel Prize. Why? Because it was a classified project at the time.
Oh.
So they couldn't get their due compensation. So
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, finish. Say what you can say.
Oh, well, the boron a neutron absorber or something?
Yeah, it was actually, it was neutralizing this. Remember, this stuff was all bonded together. So you needed to attack it from the outside in. And the boron acted like a quencher, basically. It would quench the reaction between the atoms and work its way in. And finally, it took a lot of pores. But in fact, it took a lot of drones, little drone robots, tractor-wheeled robots. You know, it would last 6 minutes in the reactor room. And actually some sub-basement where it was actually done. This machine would only last a few minutes, and then it would end up dying because of the intense radiation. So they'd have to send another one in, and when they sent the next one in, the first job it had was to pull the other one out of the way. You go past it, pour its salt in, where it would then die, and the next one would come in, pull that one out of the way, and put it in a inert position where it wouldn't interfere with the pass of the next one. And it just went on and on and on. And guess what? Those things are still there to this day in the sub-basement. Yep. And I forget how many times they did it, but they were there for several days to several weeks overall. And he didn't tell anybody for decades. And he told me what he did 1 year, a couple of years ago, actually, several years ago. And I was astonished, because he was just saying it like it was a matter-of-fact thing. Yeah. And then when it came time to consider retiring from the laboratory, they gave him his full salary for life, and I think all his benefits. And I don't know. To me, that's the least they could have done for saving the planet. I mean,
sure.
Truly, that's a true hero to me, and he doesn't think of himself that way. That's what makes him even more so.
Absolutely.
But he'll eagerly tell you about the fact that it was his project to create something called bullet track. Do you remember in Iraq the snipers that were taking out our guys, and it seemed like a very short amount of time, and then you didn't hear about the snipers anymore. There were no snipers shooting our guys in Iraq anymore. And the reason was Chuck. He invented something called bullet track. It's a system that would listen for a sniper shot and automatically rain down a mortar shell on the location of that shot before the sniper could get off another round. And so all the snipers were just slowly whittled away and finally there were no more left. And that was the end of that. Next. And you may also be aware you have the on your cars you have these little transponders you put up in the windshield, and you can go through the easy pass or the fast pass, whatever you have in your state for going through the toll booth regions, right?
Right.
Yep. He invented that too.
Wow.
And he actually said, he looks at it, he points at it, he goes, "You see that, Mark?" He was in my car. I go, "Yeah, what is that?" I go, "Yeah, Chuck." He go, "What about that?" He goes, "Yeah, we did that at the lab." I said, "Like, really?" He goes, "Yeah." And he goes, 74 miles an hour. I go, "What?" He goes, "That's how fast you can actually go through the gates and be tracked. 74. He goes, "But they tell you much less because of just for safety."
Sure.
Which is funny. He has 1,000,001 stories about the things, the projects he's worked on. And he's still not telling me all of them because he can't. I mean, I've had a very high clearance. He had a very high clearance. I gave mine up a couple of years ago during my recovery from all the wacky stuff that happened to me, medically wise. And then, this is beautiful, by the way. I'm just having fun taking pictures. This is going to be another gorgeous shot, too. It's about time I do the bubble again. And by the way, there's another reason for doing the bubble. And I know I'm deviating from my story. The other reason is, the last time I took a picture was just over 2 years ago. I want to compare the pictures and see if anything's changed. Because
sure.
that's real research data.
Yes.
And researching. Now, this telescope, doing this in a public forum like this, not the best way to do it. Okay, technically I should be looking at just this little piece of it with a high power eyepiece and a special camera to map the gas distribution and stuff like that. But I think that you can also see some visual differences if there's visual differences. Give you an example, the Crab Nebula has changed over the past 100 years. And the early photos to present photos show an expanding nebula. You can actually see it expanding over a course of 100 years, which is really, really neat.
You took some pictures last winter, occasionally, of a Hines Variable Nebula, I believe it was.
Hubble's Variable Nebula.
Or excuse me, Hubble's Variable Nebula, and we could see changes over relatively short time frames.
That's correct, and that's because the Hubble's Variable Nebula is just that. It's variable. And you can actually see at times how material that's probably orbiting the central star would sometimes deflect and cast shadows onto the outer part of the nebula. And you can't even see the star that's lighting up that nebula.
What did I say? Hines Variable Nebula?
Yeah, you were probably thinking of ketchup.
Oh, okay. Good enough.
No, Hubble's Variable Nebula. That was one of Edwin Hubble's favorite objects.
Yes.
And mine too, actually. I've looked at it with a 20-inch refractor in a massive observatory with a 40-foot dome, and it was just stunning. Just stunning. Bet. Yeah, but refractors are very slow. Very slow. You have to take pictures to see any real detail. But refractors give you the best resolution, I think, of any optical system so far.
Oh, yeah. No secondary obstruction.
No.
Yep.
Justin T, what's going on? What are you talking about? You're having chemo and surgery on October 17th? Wow, I'm sorry, man. I know what it's like to feel that kind of looming task. Not with that, but with the heart issues, knowing that you got to have heart surgery, it could be the last day of your life, Luckily, I survived barely this last time. But I'll tell you, it's at least with the chemo, it's a scheduled thing, and you know what has to happen. All right, cool. I'm glad you're gonna be fine.
Hang in there, Justin.
Yeah, I know what that's like. I'll tell you something, when I was in recovery, and this goes, remember I told you before how I used to be arrogant, and I know it doesn't seem, this is really getting beautiful, gosh. Well, I'm going to tell you a little something, a little story. The last little bit of arrogance, call it fear, that left me was in the rehab hospital when I was learning to walk, talk, see, and do all those things again. And for those who don't know, I had to have heart surgery to replace 2 valves that were infected, probably from a dental procedure. And that infection destroyed these 2 valves in the heart, because that's where the infection settled. And during the surgery, there was a clot that got away from the doctors when they restarted my heart. And it went to my brain and exploded, and it hit a lot of different locations in my brain, resulting in 8 major strokes on the operating table. So when I woke up, I was in a coma, and I was wide awake during the coma for a week, and didn't know what was wrong. I could hear everybody talking. I could recount all their conversations, and of course they claimed that I wasn't really awake. Well, then how did I know? Anyway, and during that time, I actually had a lot of time to think. And when I finally made it to a rehab hospital, I still couldn't move. I was a quadriplegic, and I was profoundly blind. This was 4.5 years ago. And when I when I got to this rehab hospital, the people were very nice and very helpful. I managed to recover and start getting better. And then I, at one point, was in a wheelchair, then a walker. And I realized, when you go in an elevator and you see someone in a wheelchair, you don't even, you're taught, don't look at them, don't talk to them, no, don't stare. Well, guess what? You want people to talk to you. When you're in that condition, you actually want to interface with human beings. You want that. So I had a total about face. So as someone who was like that for a short period of time, I realized the value of human contact. So now when I go into an elevator and someone in there is handicapped or whatever, I lean right down, I lean on their wheelchair and say, hey, how are you? I just totally, I total change. And the people around me are like, oh, he's talking to the guy in the wheelchair. Isn't that wrong? Isn't that the wrong thing to do? Well, guess what? It's not the wrong thing to do. It's not the wrong thing to do. And it really hits home when you're struggling in a walker in the rehab hospital, learning to walk, etc. And a guy who will never walk again, in a wheelchair that has to breathe for him, waits for a breath to come up, and then with this precious air, he says to you, keep up the good work, you're doing great. That happened. I mean, I didn't know what to do. I mean, this kid was just incredible. I gave him a hug. I gave him a hug, knowing that he'll never walk again, traumatic brain injury. And I was just like, wow. And that brought it home.
There, but for the grace of God, go I.
Right. And if you can come out of that with any arrogance at all left in you, then you're a real sick dude. There wasn't a shred of any arrogance left in me after that. Notice the cloud over the bubble here. We had this one just before, and this one just before. You can see how nicely defined it is. And then, kabam. So now we have the clouds. The clouds have finally reached the bubble, which stinks. I'll give it one more shot just to confirm. Well, Joanna, you know what? Yeah, that's not the end of it. I mean, I had a tremendous experience while my heart was stopped. And I'm a science guy. This doesn't happen to me until it does. And I won't go through the whole thing, but suffice it to say that it changed a lot of my outlook. You know? So, my mother was Native American and Irish, and my father was an Italian. And the Native American side of me is what ended up saving my life here. Yes, Ronald, I did. I told Chris DiPerno about that. Yeah. Well, Chris DiPerno wants me on his show. I got to go on his show. He actually called me. I have to call him back. I forgot to call him back today. You know. His summary is, Tony, that I was whisked out of the hospital when my heart was stopped by Native Americans and brought to New Mexico. And they were Navajo. And I knew this. I don't know how. And they told me that I have to follow what they say or I might not make it. I have to follow their lead. So I said, who the hell are you? Why'd you take me out of the hospital? I'm supposed to be in surgery. This was as real as me sitting here right now. It was so real. So it was pretty frightening because I thought that they were going to take me to kill me because there were guns involved. There was gasoline. I thought they were going to burn my body. I have to outline the whole story for you. There's actually people that want to hear about it as well from different walks of life. Really strange stuff, But in the end, what happened was, they started shooting at this thing that was blocking the sun. There was a beautiful New Mexican sunset, and all along they were fervently trying to get to this location so they could shoot this thing. And as they shot at this black thing covering the sun, it would flake away and fall down. And they kept looking at me saying, you gotta shoot. And he'd put a gun in my lap. So in my mind, I'm saying, all right, well, whatever. I'm going to have to shoot. So I shot at it. And I started seeing it fall away. And more so as I shot. So I thought, wow, that's interesting. I'm making this thing fall away. This stuff blocking the sun. And so this black amorphous blob fell away from the sun, leaving a New Mexican beautiful sunset again. And this Native American kid whose face I can draw, I remember everything about this 3.5 hours of this adventure, every single bit of it I can recount. It was a memory, not a dream in my view. So he comes over, and for the first time I see he has teeth. Okay, and they're smiling. Big teeth, almost too big for his head. And I kind of laughed. And he goes, you are going to be all right. I said, well, who the hell are you? What the hell am I doing here? He rolled his eyes and said, you just don't understand. And I'm really compressing 3.5 hours into 20 seconds here. But I said, well, fine, what am I supposed to do here? And he goes, you'll understand. He goes, but he points at me and he goes, but understand this, you're going to be all right. You're going to be okay now. Do you understand that? I said, I don't know what happened, why I'm here. And he goes, listen, everything that happened, all right, it saved your life. He says, you saved your life. I go, what do you mean I saved my life? I'm unconscious. I'm supposed to be in surgery. And he smiled and said, no, you don't get it. You'll understand later, but understand this. And he puts his bony finger in my face. He says, you're going to be all right. Do you understand that? And suddenly I did. And I said, yeah, I do. He says, okay. He goes, you were really one of our toughest customers. Not customer, he said some other word. Some like Native American word that I can't remember. Well, anyway, they ended up leaving me, and I said, hey, aren't you going to bring me back to the hospital? I got to go back to the hospital. You can't just leave me out here in the freaking desert. He looks at me and he goes, you really are pretty dense. He goes, you never left. And the next thing you know, I'm in the coma, hearing the doctor say, okay, we're going to try and keep him stable in a coma and hope he survives. And for 5 days, I recounted all the conversations that happened in there. And when they finally woke me up, the doctor confirmed that I was awake. 5 days later, they woke me up, and I opened my eyes, and I couldn't see. It was just like a gray wall. He came close to me. I could hear his sound. I could hear his voice. And he goes, Mark, can you hear me? If you can understand me, blink your eyes. Once for yes, twice for no. Can you understand me? So I blinked SOS, dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. And he laughed. He says, oh, he blinked SOS. And I heard cheers. Cheers? What the hell was that? Why cheers? I mean, doesn't everybody know SOS? Well, what I didn't realize at the time was they thought I was going to be mentally incapacitated, a vegetable. And when I showed them that I had some humor amid all this, they realized I was actually not in a vegetative state. They realized I was cognitive, and that was very, very important. Having the ability to understand what was going on was incredibly important, I guess. Well, he got all excited. He's saying to me, listen, I know you can't move, and we're going to tell you why, and I can't tell if you can see or not, but we do know that you took a major hit to the visual center in your brain. And he explained to me, he goes, there was a clot that got away when we restarted your heart. It went to your brain, and he says, if it's any consolation, he says, if it stayed in one piece, it might not have been a better outcome, he said. It probably would have been the end. Yeah, we agreed to talk frank with each other, his science to my science. And he goes, but for some reason, it exploded into lots and lots of pieces, and that actually saved your life. I was like, oh, that's what the shooting of the thing was. That's the gun, and that's why it was flaking away. In my head, I saw that happening. I think that's what that was. Of course, I had a tracheotomy at the time, and I couldn't do anything but go. So I just did that very excitedly, and he had no idea what it was. I never told him the story because guys like that don't understand, don't buy that. They didn't even think that I was awake during the coma when I told them I was. I had tremendous sensation, the ability to understand everything. It was amazing. When the body's not engaged, it was just a brain. I was a head in a jar like Futurama. And I could understand everything. I had perfect recall. I could do stuff in this state that I could never do when my body was all reconnected. I'm just going to try one more here. See if the cloud's gone away. Well, I see the star, but it's still under some cloud. So anyway, I think that the most important thing here, the big takeaway here, is that there's a lot more that we don't understand about life than we do understand. Incredible as it may seem, this science guy anyway is a total convert to open-mindedness. Okay, about the universe, the world. And this is something I said before. This might be why alien species are coming here. I mean, it's possible that they are, and the reason they might be coming here is because we have an ability that they may not. We might have an ability to connect with each other in a way that they cannot. For instance, you're home thinking about a friend you haven't talked to in 20 years, and the phone rings, and it's that friend. Every hand in the chat room will go up right now. If I ask you if you've ever had that in your life, you'd say, oh my gosh, many times. And people say, oh, that's just coincidence. That's just coincidence. Is it, though? See, I think it's quantum entanglement, but at the level, I made up a word, I say at the brainular level. Okay, all the human brains are the same. All the human brains are doing the same type of activity. Okay? The brain's evolution is such that our brain next to another brain will look virtually identical. The operations within may be very different, the electrical energy, the way the pathways go and all that. But the brains look very much identical. So I think that when we reach out in our minds thinking of someone, we're sending a message. And that message, if received, can be responded to. So when you think of a friend you haven't talked to, and then the friend calls, the question is, did you tell the friend to call by sending him a message by you were thinking of him, or did he send you the message saying, oh, I should call Frank? And then you thought, I wonder what Bob's doing. Haven't seen him in 20 years. Ring, ring, ring. See what I mean? So it could have come from either way. But there's too much to this. There's too much to this to say it's all coincidence. It's not. This is data, and we have to look at it as data. Anyway, tonight is sort of a washout now, guys. We've got clouds now, and I apologize for keeping you around with another story here. But if you want to ask me any other questions, you can reach me at SkyTour Radio, SkyTour Radio at kgraradio.com, and I will be happy to answer your questions and talk to you. I shall be back tomorrow night, if it's clear, and Daryl may or may not join me.
We'll see.
Okay. You're more than welcome to.
Thank you. I appreciate it as always.
As always, you are just a wonder to have and wonderful to have around. So, I will let you go for now, guys. Thank you so much. I so appreciate everything that you guys are doing here, coming out here to see us on SkyTour LiveStream, and we will be back soon. So have a good evening, and I will talk to you as soon as tomorrow. Thanks.
Night, everybody.
Thank you for coming along. We'll see you later.